We are live again. How's the audio? Looks like you guys can hear me. Elizabeth, Shy, Korthal, Lynn is here, gamer programmer, hello. So, at the end of last stream, actually twice last stream, I had that stupid sound bug pop up. And the last stream was egregiously bad because I was in the middle of like finishing up for the night and I wasn't reading chat for like, 30 seconds or something or longer. So that sound bug, which is really, really irritating for people, which, by the way, really pisses me off because I work really, really hard on making sure you guys have the best sound quality I possibly can give you. I'm constantly tweaking things, very minute adjustments, right? And then all that goes out the window when something like that happens. So it's super, super irritating. It was the end of the stream. So it's not that big of a deal, except for the fact that you guys have to listen to it. Hey, Blue Varro and Ray. Yo, I know you did, gamer programmer. And the thing is by the way, if that happens, Twitch is the best way. By the time, the delay for YouTube is so bad. Like, if you don't know, like, it's bad. I am gonna try to see if I can do anything about that. I was hoping that, I don't know for sure, it's a long shot, but I did do those settings like a year and a half ago. I don't know, maybe they've changed and they would allow me to reduce it a little bit. I still plan on trying to do that. I keep forgetting, to be honest. I don't think it'll be a change, but I'll try. Anyway, the best way to get a hold of me on that quickly is Twitch. By the time you guys on YouTube tell me and see it, usually I've already fixed it. That's how much the delay is. So anyway, on that note, I do have a possible fix for that sound problem. I actually think it's pretty likely that we fix it. So I don't know for sure because I don't really understand why it's happening, but I did make a major change to how sound is sent to my live stream computer. So I'm hoping that that'll get fixed. All right, guys. So if it happens, so we're in testing mode today. If it happens, obviously I'll fix it and then I will keep, integrating new fixes in and iterating until we get it fixed. So there's that. By the way, we are 2 streams, knock on wood, with no crashes, no OBS crashes and no Satisfactory crashes. So I believe that the changes that I made to my memory timings and my memory voltages are good. Also, I went over the live stream picture quality on both my camera and the screen a little bit this week. So we're constantly tweaking. All right. So speaking of tweaking, let's get started. So what you're saying is that today we're getting all the crashes and audio issues? Yeah, probably. With the way my luck is, man. So yeah, you should see, difference, especially in the camera. I'm kind of going with, I took a shower. My hair's like all like fresh out of the shower, but it looks good. As good as it can. But hopefully you guys are seeing, a little bit more contrast. I've got the light a bit brighter. Yeah, I think that looks better rather than like the even lighting on each side. right? That flat look, which I know a lot of like YouTubers have and live streamers. I actually, you know, I was looking at various people and how they light themselves, you know. Let's look at some examples here. I mean, I think one to really look at is you know, it makes sense to right, if you look at what Pirate Software does, right? So he's got a top-down light and a little bit of a backlight, probably because his shoulder, it's really hard to see. Here, let's do this. Right, so he's definitely got this top light thing happening because this is lighter right here and there as well. Oops, blind. So that's his, but he's even right on his face, like this half of his face and this half of his face, it's the same lighting. So he's got probably, I would guess he has 3 lights on him. I think he has like a key light probably on, he's probably got a light, like a yellow, like a warm light here, and then he's got his neutral lights there and there. That's what I would guess. He's got very even lighting. So, which is fine. And that's kind of what I've been using for the last couple of weeks, or the last few streams. But I think, and Minikin is of the opinion that that we actually like something a little bit different. So if you take a look at, let's find one of his live streams. This is a short. If you take a look at my my doppelganger, he has a very clear, right now he's got some really cool stuff in the background. Obviously I'm doing a and that has a name. I can't remember what the name of that light is, but it would, when it's a light source that's in the shot, that has a very specific name. And I can't remember what it is. See, this light is not casting any light like on his shoulder, I don't think, but it is in there to make the background look good. I'm avoiding that, right? Because I stream in my bedroom. I don't really have like a space to set something up like that. That's why I'm doing the transparency, basically, right? The green screen effect. But you can see that he's got very clearly his key light is like right here and only putting light on this half of his face, right? And I'm doing the same thing. I actually really like that look. I'm going to try to keep this. Now, his is even more extreme. If you look at mine, you can see like the shoulder, right? His is probably more to the left or more to the side, right? So like top down wise, if this is his head, right? And these are his shoulders. My light is like right here because the light is getting to this shoulder. His light is probably right here. It's a more extreme. because it's only lighting this shoulder and then this shoulder's dark. So anyway, this is the kind of stuff that I'm looking at, trying to like make adjustments and try to see what looks good. Plus, I think this is more interesting for like a YouTube short, right? So when we cut and make YouTube shorts, I think this is more interesting. There's a lot of things that go into it. I'm still experimenting, right? And I'm curious what you guys think, which is why I'm talking about this. Plus, also, I have a huge screen in front of my face, right? So look at how the light changes on my face, right? When I have this screen on versus a black screen, right? So there's going to be variations in what you guys see because my screen is a light source that is dynamic. So anyway, there's a lot of moving parts to it. I find it really interesting. You know, I want to, you know, make something that looks good, and I'm still trying to figure out exactly how I was doing it. Didn't know Ken was out there throwing flashbangs. I'm sorry for that. Why I hit the wrong button. I hit the wrong button. Someone call the cops. Ken is tweaking. I am. You got your Satisfactory merch all set up on your bookshelf. Nice. Home of the Mighty Thunder. It's been a party. Did they win? I haven't even. I've been so busy doing my own thing. So that light doesn't make Thor look as pale. I think your current lighting makes you look a bit pale. You think my current lighting right now makes me look pale? Interesting. Well, so maybe. So what I have right now, my camera does an auto white balance. And what I could do is I could turn off the auto white balance and I could set the white balance, and that may help me look, that will give me more control over exactly how I look. So I just threw on an auto white balance for now. If it does happen, please log what time it happened in your time zone. Taskier might be able to help then. Okay, all right, good to know. Killer Rain. Eat more salmon will make you glow like a low warm red. Yeah, I don't think that's how that works. Practical light. Yeah, practical light. I think that's what it is. No way. When did I miss a face reveal? I've had the camera for what, guys? 2 weeks now? Oh. Teenage photo, they're really good with getting people set up. Yeah, I don't know. Lean just started playing. It's addictive. It is. Wow. Held a post for reason misogyny. Real Sergeant. Apparently you're not allowed. I've never heard that word. I don't even know what that word is. I don't even want to say it because there's new slang there. I'm not up on the new slurs and slang. Apparently the mod did not like it. Okay, all right. So 2 slang words put together. So it is. Sorry, it's a slang of slurs. It's 2 slur words put together. Got it. Good to know. Or is it? All right, so here's what we're gonna do, guys. We are on day 2 of the aluminum factory. I'd set that white balance, take a picture of Thor in your stream face. Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't know. I think he looks kind of pale. Oh, I lost it. It's okay. I was gonna bring it back. I don't care that much. I'm just kidding. I'll keep playing with it. Because the thing is that if I change, I actually have a pretty warm light on me, right? But if I change it, the auto white balance will just try to get me, and it makes sense, right? it's basically auto pulling my skin to white. That makes sense, right? So that's something that we can try to change. I like that. Maybe we'll fiddle with that in the coming, the coming days or whatever. So here's what I want to do before we start doing anything really intense. I want to go through and take care of a couple of things on this factory. So, well, before we even do that, let's remind people where we're at. If you missed the last stream, what are we doing? Well, what we're doing is we're getting everything in place, making sure that everything will fit in the aluminum factory. And I'm not gonna lie, we got really close to having a very large problem. Basically, me not being able to fix it, to fit it. I mean, we're at the top. This is it. And we actually need this space. Now, we got it all to fit, but we had to do some overclocking. It actually would not have fit at all with the way that we had originally designed the blueprints. All right, so we had to do a little bit of redesign. But I think every machine is accounted for and we have room for everybody. A lot of these belts are already hooked up thanks to the auto connect that is new in 1.1. Very, very helpful, especially for how I make factories. I mean, look at it. It looks good. And these all just clicked right together. A lot of belts that I didn't have to like connect after the fact, because this is these middle blueprints are separate, and yet these all connected right up. It's very nice for me. Is it normal to want to tear down factories and rebuild them? Absolutely. It's also normal to want to start your save over and over and over again. Very, very normal. So let's talk about this. So BFAR, is it normal to want to tear down your factories and rebuild them? I think it absolutely is. And I think it is for me. I've heard a lot of people talk about it, that they do the same thing. I think one of the main drivers of this like phenomenon is this idea that what happens when you want to create something is that you realize that your ability to create does not meet the standard that you have on the thing that you're creating, right? And honestly, YouTubers like me make this worse. Okay, you see something like this, you see something that, you know, maybe Popcac is making, or any of the, 20 or 30 amazing YouTubers out there, and you go, well, I love what they're doing, or I love what this creator's doing, I want to do that as well. And then you go to try to do it in the game, and you realize really quickly that your skill level is not up to the task of your taste level. And this is a common thing that happens through all of creation, writing, art, any type of creation, music, all right? Because what happens is that people they get a taste. Oh, we have to put the middles in there. What happens is people get a taste of a certain aesthetic or art or a type of creation, and they want to do it themselves. But until there's a gap between your skill and your ability to enjoy it, right? And your ability to recognize what's good. And so what happens is you create, but you recognize what you create isn't very good, right? And it's really frustrating. And it takes time. The thing is you have to have patience with yourself, because it's going to take time for your skill to catch up to your taste. right? You recognize when something is good, but you don't have the skill in order to create it. Ask any writer, ask any, artist, and they'll tell you the exact same thing, all right? And so in Satisfactory, how that applies is that you build to the maximum of your capacity of skill. You build a factory, right? And then you look at it and you go, man, this sucks. Or you look at it and you go, wow, I learned so much during the creation of this factory that I immediately know that I can build a better one. And then you go tear it down. And you want to build it again. So I think it's totally normal. And I think that you should play the game that you want to play. If that's tearing down your factories for 1,000 hours and not beating the game, then that's what you should do. And if you want to learn that skill, get your skill caught up to, what your taste is, then I say go for it. I'm not going to tell you not to do it. Right? Do what you want to do. Do what makes you satisfied. Hopefully, and by the way, you keep doing that until, like I said, your skill does catch up. Hopefully, Minikin can take that ramble and turn it into a short that makes sense. Good luck, Minikin. We're counting on you. You're 90 hours in, you want to restart your save? How many times have you restarted your save, Beefar? How many times? What you want to do doesn't equal what you're able to do. That's where practice comes in. Right, and patience with yourself. You have to have patience with yourself for not being skilled. Okay, and you can't just say to yourself, well, I guess I'm not an artist, or I guess I'm not a writer, or I guess I'm just gonna build bad factories forever. Okay, you have to have patience with the fact that it takes time to learn to become good at anything. Okay, there are very, very, very few Mozarts in this world. You're not one of them. I'm not one of them. Okay. Pretty much nobody alive today is. All right. You're not going to be good at a thing the first time you try it. All right. So don't expect to be Mozart. Practice, put the time in, and by the way, and that's, you guys ever heard of the iceberg of success, right? This is what it's talking about. What a terrible picture. There we go. Practice. Time. I would add time on here. And practice. Right? There's probably some other ones that I may agree with more. I just grabbed this one. All right? You guys see this. Now, by the way, I actually show you a lot of this. That's why I have so many hours and hours and hours of VODs. You guys saw it in the last VOD, right? You guys are seeing a lot of this. But, if somebody is coming in and they are new to my channel, they don't see this. They just see how kick-ass my city looks. They don't see the struggles that I have. They don't see the time it took me to fix this thing or that thing. They don't see the entire prior playthroughs that I went through to learn all these little tricks, right? I wasn't born out of the womb being able to build this stuff. And by the way, this is true for everybody. right? So again, you know, if you feel like you need to rebuild your factory, if that's what you want to do, you should. If you're playing the game and you're like, man, I don't want to do that, I just want to beat the game, well, then that's what you should do there, right? So I would never tell somebody how to play the game of Satisfactory, but I will help you achieve your goals, right? So yeah, don't worry about restarting. Really, it's just this down here. It's just you putting in the time on this, right? And actually, I believe Satisfactory teaches you a lot of things that are useful outside of a video game world too. I use a lot of math. I use a lot of organizational skills. I've learned Excel better. So BFAR, first playthrough, bro, I restarted 4 times in quick succession, and then I had about 300 hours again. I had to restart again, and then I got 800 hours in. I had to restart again, and I am on my 5th or 6th playthrough, and I still have not beaten the game. So if you're gonna ask me if it's normal to restart your playthrough, I'm gonna tell you, hell yeah it is, because I want to feel normal. All right. Feels almost therapeutic hearing this come from someone on the other side, the one producing the content that inspires others. One of the things, the worst part I think about doing, it's not the worst part, but a downside of me doing what I'm doing is when I see a commenter say something like, I'll never be able to do what you're doing, and so I'm gonna stop, basically. And I you know, or this makes me feel inadequate, or I thought I was doing a good job, and now I just now realized that I suck at this game, right? That's not at all what my goal here is with this. My goal is to create a place where, you know, people can, man, that truck always has a hard time on that curve. I may have to redo that one. My goal is always here to make sure that, you know, it's a source of inspiration, not a source of, you know, discouragement, right? You can also practice the game with all those tiers unlocked, fly mod. That's true. But I don't know about you, but personally, I don't want to just practice. I want to play the game. And it is true. You know, if you feel like you want to get in and build practice factories, that's one way to play. For me, I want to just play and learn while playing, and doing something like you know, creative mode isn't playing to me necessarily, but it could be to you. Oh no, that's such a poor response to seeing this content. Yeah, I think that mostly it just comes from people feeling inadequate, and I've done the same thing, right? You have to push through that. You do. I joked for over a year that I had imposter syndrome being a Satisfactory content creator when somebody would come in and say that, you know, they really like my stuff. I'm waiting for a nice crash here. We had one. But I actually probably just recently kind of pretty much got over that. So if I have imposter syndrome, I completely get that other people do too. Antonio, I had to consume a lot of your content to learn to mimic some logic to really start using it. Now the basics are more solid. Right. And by the way, if anybody has any questions on how I'm doing something, sometimes I go really fast. So just take a second, ask me, and I have no problems talking about it. Look what I'm doing right now. You know, I need a lot of times I need a mental break about what I'm doing in the game, and I love talking about stuff and teaching stuff. If I didn't, I would be making videos and posting them. I love live streams. I love talking to you guys. I don't know what the day is going to bring. I don't know what kind of comments I'm going to get. I had no idea. I didn't plan on talking. Man, every time, is there like an oil patch or something like right here, every time these trucks take that turn, they spin out. That is hilarious. But yeah, that's why I like the live stream portion of this. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. So ask away, and I'm always happy to do that. Also reigniting my love for the game by emulating a more technical playstyle and load balancing all my factories, inspired by Moon, ignoring almost all decorating aspect. Yeah, that's definitely what you can do too. You know, be decorating focused, be technical focused, load balancing, perfection in terms of like exact supply. There's a lot of ways to skin this cat, and they're all valid. You're in the middle of tearing your starter base to be ready for the next phase. Yep. Get good or not, keep going. Yeah, I agree, Anthony. There's just no need to tear down any bases in Satisfactory unless you have power issues. Then you just design power to remove one cable. So that's kind of my way of doing it. Is I don't usually tear down the old stuff. I just build in a new area. Sorry, I have the hiccups. I just build in a new area. If I started in the grassy fields, I go up and I build my new factories up in the rocky desert. And when I'm done with those factories, I'll build in the green forest or the Crater Lakes or the Dune Desert, you know. And it's nice because, you know, that way you're not building 4 factories in the grassy fields, or 5 or 6 or 7 if you're deleting them. You can build them across the map, and you can change and see how you change the scenery up for yourself. That's how I prefer to do it. But I would understand if, you know, when you don't want that sight for sore eyes, maybe like you want to delete it. I get that. I like the short. Mini understands the assignment better than you. I like the short. Mini understands the assignment better than you. She probably does, but I don't know exactly what assignment you're talking about. Well, in very late game, there are probably reasons. Yeah, to tear down, perhaps. Got my wife preggo the first time we tried it, so there. True, so did I. I agree with the general concept that as you deeper into causality, you hit things that are more and more invisible to the outside world, but it goes much deeper than things like plan. True. Yeah, no, I know. You talking about that iceberg thing? I agree. You're on your 10th? Nice. I have 650 hours in and I haven't gotten close to the high tiers yet. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it just depends. If you're like a completionist, if you're here to beat the game, that's fine. But a lot of us are here to like live in the world and build in the world. And I think that, you know, restarting, whatever you feel like you want to do, I say do it. Don't live this game by somebody else's rules, because that'll burn you out faster than anything else. You throw some carts in there? I want to. Green Kung Fu Yoda. You dig the lighting? Well, check this out. By the way, that's a tight name. I had boring lighting up this whole time. There's the good shit. BHBRT. I beat the game originally with advanced settings on a recommendation from my friend, and I just beat the game again with no advanced settings, and now I'm just having fun building bigger and bigger factories, challenging myself. Yeah, nice. I think that works, right? Because with the advanced game settings on, you didn't have to worry about power. You didn't have to come across these, like, you know, irritating things like running out of computers when you're trying to build a big factory, right? And you got to learn the game with a lot of this, you know, these pain points removed. You gonna crash? Boom! So, very synthwave cyberpunk looking. Well, that's the point. That's the point. I'm building a cyberpunk city on purpose. I actually used those like YouTube synthwave like thumbnails as the inspiration for this gas station. I made a gas station, the Nostromo fueling station. Right, so let me see if I can find the one that I actually used. I have a bunch of stuff from here from our last random things. Synthwave. Gas station. Right? So any of these right here. Oh yeah, I think, oh, it's this one. This is the one. Yeah, look at this. I mean, it's the same colors and everything. So I love this shit. I love listening to these on YouTube. In fact, the music we're listening to right now is very, very similar to what you would hear if you listen to these. It's just a copyright-free version. So all this stuff is awesome. Here's another one. So you can see in the game, I tried to emulate that. We could also go like, here, let's go a little darker. Yeah, it's a little darker. This is like the darkest part of the night. So yeah, you know, work in progress. We are currently working on this building. Play this game by your own rules, unless of course it conflicts with my opinions. Exactly. You love that gas station. I do love this gas station. It's actually one of my most favorite things I've built. And by the way, it's blueprinted. I think we're gonna build another gas station up there. I'm not here to beat the game. I just love to build and testing out. Thought, though your lighting here puts me to shame. Well, again, inspiration, not discouragement. All right, so we've had a very good opening chat here this evening or morning, depending on where in the world you live. But let's keep chatting. But let's also try to get some things done. So I think what I want to do, I feel like our floors are set. I think what I want to do is fix up a bunch of little things that need fixing. Like, for instance, these are poking through. If we look, that was weird. What are you doing, bro? If we look, yeah, see, we can see the edge of the foundation right here, and there's some Z fighting and stuff. So we're gonna fix that. There's just 2 floors of that. Looks like 2 floors of that for sure. Oh no! Oh no! Bad news bears, we have to fix that right now. What are we gonna do, guys? That's really bad. What are we talking here? All right, so this is, we need 12 of these. Wait a second, I doubled these up, did I not? Oh, I doubled this up. That's the overclock. It's a 6. And this is supposed to be another 6. And this is something new, right? Yeah. Yeah, we're in trouble here. Restart. It's going to take 2 to 3 weeks to build the bare bones basic structure of the building for my first permanent factory. Nice. Well, we have an easy solution. It sucks, but we have an easy solution. I've already made a blueprint that is a 2-for-1. So we just have to build 2 of those instead of 4 singles, because these don't fit. The fact is they just don't fit. So it is what it is. It's not ideal by any means. Let's move this to create more space. The front of this is... Let's line them up. We need the overclock version. Oh, shoot. Power shards. Power shards. Not good. Not good. We need to fix this. Let's get out of here. Let's... Let's make some power shards. Let's steal some. And let's go to where I've got my my summer sloop set up for power shards. Fortunately, we've been put myself in a position where we don't quite have enough room for the size of blueprints that I built. What mod is your day and night one? That's called Sky UI. There's none in here. So old. I don't even want to delete it because I don't want to. I don't even want to mess with all the parts it'll give me. No glowworms in here. We'll go glowworm hunting if we have to. It's honestly why I was trying to avoid, you know, that overclocking. Basically, all of this is now defunct. We don't need any of this. We're gonna start deleting anything with power shards in it. And we'll do a deep clean later. I mean, honestly, yeah, because we're going to, like, we're making so much wire in the new factory. We don't need any of this. I mean, power shard. And you know what? I was gonna do this anyway, but we need to pull all of our power shards, all of our Mercer spheres. We just don't need any of this anymore. And we will be moving this. Not today. Not today. End of an era, boys. All right, let's make sure that we've got our sloops in here because I may have stolen them. Yes. Blue power slugs. Yellow power slugs. Purple power slugs. Hey, birdie. There's a jam. Why are we jamming? Alien protein. Why is the alien protein jammed? I haven't been over here in a long time, to be honest with you guys. Sluggies. This is not what I intended to do today, but we need it. My design here kind of sucks. It's fine. I'm just feeding these back through because I wanted them for the option of whether or not I wanted the DNA capsules or whether or not I wanted a bunch of this, but I have more than I'll ever be able to use. We're gonna start stealing here. We'll leave this for now. Don't need this. That. We can throw some plastic in here. You don't need those. You don't need my sloops though. I mean, power shards. All right, that's empty. Are you guys done making my slugs yet? Let's leave these in here. I got plenty of sloops. All right, can I make one of those now? Let's get this out of here. We're trying to make the overclocked version, and I need to make 2 of them. So let's see how many more power shards we have to reclaim. We have enough already. See, we need 32 and we have 111. So we have enough. We have enough already. So I'll probably not worry about stealing anymore from anybody. We can take, I guess there's no, thought there were some more dimensional depots down here, but I must have already stolen them. And there's a bunch up here, but that's fine. Not really worried about it. We will come down here and we will clean all this up, but I think it's good for now. Yeah, well, this is the starter factory stuff. Yeah, this is what I have. This is what everybody has to build when you first start. Okay. Mikey's here. All right, guys, I think we have what we need. Let's head back up. We have come and we have stolen and we're out of here. Actually, I'm gonna do one more thing. Let's go steal a little bit more. And I'm actually gonna tear down. Actually, you know what? No, we're not going to. We don't need to. There's a little outpost over there. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Put on jetpack. Okay, listen to instructions. Put on jetpack. Right. We should have plenty of shards to do what we need to do. At the bottom floor? Yeah. All right, here's our boy. I built that. Right, should be right on the corner. Right there. Let's do the same thing here. All right, and then we'll count. Remember, we need 12. These overclocks count as 2. All right, so these are 1s, so this is 4. 5, 6, that's a double. 7, 8, that's a double. 9, 10, that's a new double. 11, 12, that's the last double. There's our 12. Enjoying your days off? Nice. The view is giving Matrix vibes, and Kin is Neo. I'm something. Hey guys, do you think that Neo is the one? I don't know. I think he might be. Sorry, didn't mean to spoil a movie that is 25 years old. 30 years old. I don't know. I just got this sneaking suspicion. I literally never heard or realized that until now. That's what you get when you watch my stream. How about, are you a Castlevania fan? Because there's another one. You ready for another one? You probably heard this one. Right. See what we're doing here. Get it? He's the reverse of Dracula. I have heard that one and also have not played the game. That's also a good one. Yeah, I played the Game Boy Advanced one. That's the only one that I played. What do they call the reboot Matrix but faster RAM? I don't know. What do they call it? That reminds me, first of all, Mikey, thank you for the $5 super chat on YouTube. That reminds me of a joke. What did the grandfather clock say to the younger clock? You're just a little behind. Spell race car backwards. It's race car. All right, so I was reviewing our floors here when I found that problem. All right, let's continue fixing what we were working on. Would it be the grandfather clock that would have fallen behind after time passed? I'm not gonna... Yeah, you guys will have to figure that out in chat. They're getting wise to your jokes, Mikey. Jig is up. Dude, that's gonna be visible. Okie Sooner, thank you for the $5 super chat. Taco Cat? Yeah, I heard that one too. Did you hear about the restaurant at the edge of the time-space continuum? The service is amazing, but it takes forever to get your check. All right, let's start putting in lights. So I used to, when I would build my factories, I would wait until I was done building the factory to do the things that I enjoyed about the factory. Lights, catwalks, right? But here's the deal. The most time that you're gonna spend in your factory is when you're building it. So I would spend all this time building my factory, having to look at things that I didn't enjoy looking at, like this darkness, right? But I would say to myself, okay, well, I'll finish the factory and then I'll put the lights in afterwards. And so I get the factory looking exactly how I like it with all the lights in, and then it's time to go build another effing factory, and I don't get to enjoy the aesthetics that I built. And I spend very little time thereafter actually in that factory. So what I started doing is I started doing the aesthetics, if not before, as soon as I can. And so what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna go through, we're gonna finish all the flooring. We're gonna make it look good. I'm still gonna probably keep the edges unbuilt here just so that I can fly between them quickly. But I'm gonna put these lights in so that we can see, and everything looks good while we're spending all our time constructing the factory. Okie Junior says, oh, it's a long pause. He's either asleep or crafting a good one. With Mikey, it could be either. Mikey could already be asleep. All right. Let's go. All right, let's do, I think we did purple lights here and I think we liked them. Autosave. You like watching both? The aesthetics and the... the factory. Yeah, it's a little bit on the irritating side. I mean, that fixes it. That's a better solution anyway. Let's put the purple light in my quick selector here. Maybe we don't go there. Maybe we go here. That's pretty aggressive lighting if we go like this. But I think we actually need to. What do we think? Like this? And then those drop off. Like this. I was like, you guys hear it? There you go. You guys can clip that. Mikey. Ian's here. Mikey, I knew Mikey was typing one out. $10 super chat. I escape room by looking into the mirror to see what I saw. Then I looked, saw, and cut a table in half. The two halves make a hole. Then I jumped through the hole, and then I was out. Ta-da. Dude, this is some schizophrenic, like... I can't even follow you guys anymore. I'm just over here jamming with my elevator tunes. All right, so this looks way better. Yeah, gamer programmer. I did the auto blueprint connecting throughout the entirety of this this factory. All of these are auto. I just used it. Yeah, these are based on that. Yeah, for sure. For sure. All right, we need to make a decision. Are we gonna go white lights or purple lights? Purple on purple here might be too much, guys. I think I want to go purple on the lobby lighting. You're paying a test on the gameplay? Yeah, no worries. And so if we do that, okay, Sooner, thank you for the $5 super chat. Time traveler walks into a bar, and then again, and then again. Let's do it. Let's try intensity 1. And then we don't need lights everywhere, so let's not put them everywhere. Yeah, a couple of white lights. Yeah, I think so. But let's just put them where they're needed. Is kind of where I was going with that, right? So maybe here. And then they're the low intensity ones. You know, just to fill in some of this. I mean, the blueprints are going to carry the majority of the water. But it is a little dark in some of these areas. I like that. I think I like this. Yeah, this looks great. That way we got a little catwalk lighting here. I love my catwalks in these like tight, complicated factories. They're super fun. You know, and we'll connect those up over to here. I don't want to do those until we get the all this other stuff in. All right. I think this is pretty good. Let's knock this out. Okay. All right, we have our logistics floor here. We already have it mapped out. What is going where? I like it. All right, let's map out our lighting system. $71 viewers on YouTube. Welcome everybody. 18 likes with $25 in super chats already. You guys are amazing. Let's see if Minikin is coming to say hi. All right, we got to fix this. Now let's make sure that looks good. Uh-oh, Spadudios. All right, we'll fix that. Okie Sooner, thank you for the $5 super chat. How many physicians do you need to interrupt the space-time continuum? It takes a paradox. It's true. Two of them. Oh my gosh, there she is. It's like she was. Were you here listening the whole time? Were you lurking? All right, let's figure this out. What did we do down here again? I think we did 4. Yeah, 2 with 1 down the center and then an extra. All right, we can do the same. Starting here. The blank in the center. That's gonna be in the way though. That's fine. Slimy Mikey, $5 super chat. Thank you, by the way. I enjoy Ken reading our chats and horrible jokes. It makes me feel like he's looking up to us. Watch, you will see. I need a drink. You guys. Make me want to drink. disgusting. What I have to put up with. You should read them in his head and read them out loud. No, I don't have, ain't nobody got time for that. Did I break something? Yeah, Minikin's arms are all like scratched up from the kitten. She basically like, you know, scratches her in her sleep. Yeah, I deleted this at some point. She's trying to train her to be a shoulder kitten, and she's getting punished for it. All right, looking good. We move the wire. Yes, the kitten attacks pretty much everything. There we go. Like if you hold her like in your hand like this, she'll just be like, oh, a finger, and start chewing on it. Not like biting on it to like hurt you, but just like, you know, like you would like, you know, chew on a carrot. All right, this done. This is done. I like it. This one's done. I like it. Moving on. Ooh, don't delete the refinery, dummy. It's the same one. Yeah, looks good. Had it on Zoop though. All right. We have an interesting extra space over here. I don't like the fact that there's this empty spot here. Maybe there's something we can do with this. I don't know. The solutions we had to employ here are not my favorite. But we definitely learned from it, didn't we? What's your favorite factory in the city? My favorite factory. Probably the rocket fuel factory. I probably is, even though I hate it, it's probably the rocket fuel factory. We're gonna move this. We're gonna center this out. I like all our little secret tunnels. I like scale of it. But yeah, I think that's my favorite. All right, we're lit for whatever we have to do over here. Balancer in the empty space. Not a terrible idea. I think that the balancer, though, for our various balancers, I think those are going to exist in the coming out of the trains. So those are going to exist in the basement. Did not kill the doggo. My actions resulted in his unintentional death. Oh, Ian said that, not Mikey. Yeah, that was a surprisingly astute idea from Mikey. Should have known it wasn't Mikey. Mr. Lotus, your builds always make my entire save file feel shameful. Well, I appreciate the compliment, but definitely don't feel shame over what you've built. Yeah, Rockville Factory, definitely a love-hate relationship. Yeah, something like that. All right, let's go ahead and close this off. All right. Nice. A bunch of these floors are already done. Let's keep on keeping on. Do both of these floors at the same time, then we'll go outside and we'll trim. We'll also run power as we go through here. We're kind of just going through and doing some of these, like, just these things that need to be done. You know, and as I do some of these things, they're very satisfying for me, at least, to get knocked out of the way. Now, knowing that all my power is routed, that all my flooring is in, that all the lights are in. Looks like the Tron universe when you're placing foundations. Well, definitely with the neon that we got going for sure. Marco, hey Kin, glad to see you online. I'm glad to see me online too. All right. So I think we place these blueprints. We place the auto connect center lines. We run the power and we run the lights. I've tried to get a doggo up to the cyberpunk city. The game will not allow me to do so. There's something to do with the height restriction for animals. It won't, the doggo just won't go past a certain height. He's actually like 2/3 the way up the train spiral. That's as high as I could get him. So I unintentionally killed a doggo. No. It's not my fault. Mystica Boo Boo. I don't know why they made me laugh. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Just why do we have to talk about the dead doggos? When I played years ago, you had an entire building with doggos. You walked them across the entire map. Yeah, I may have already read that. It was murder. He pushed the poor doggo to his demise, but has since atoned for his sins. Many kin made a short of it. It's true. I want to clear my name. I had nothing to do with the doggo passing. Neither did I. It was an accident. Peated Scotch, parts of this fact remind me of the movie Hackers, especially when they're hacking the Gibson. It's cool. Yeah, that looks sick. The doggo's name is Hans. Yeah, Hans lives in the train spiral. Train dog. You're connecting belts and all I can think of. Yeah, well, when we get the belts in, they'll definitely have more of that circuitry look. All right, you guys are obsessed with doggos. We need the bus line for the radio control units right here. My beard keeps hitting my pop filter. But all these connections I don't have to build. I want to check something here. I got an idea. I wonder if it'll make things worse or easier. Toggos are holy. All right, so rubber is less than a Mark IV. I mean Mark V. Crystal oscillators way less than a Mark V. Circuit boards less than a Mark V. Radio control unit outputs way less than a Mark V. DOI. Well, it's all of them really. Everything except for the aluminum casing. The aluminum casing happens within the blueprint, actually. So it gets sent. Let's see how much copper. Everything's good for sure, except for perhaps the copper and the ingots. So 120, yikers. It's 120 per. Yeah, 120 times. So we'd have to double up that. We could run that across the top, or just backfill that somewhere. It'll cover 6. I think we do that one custom. The rest of these are fine. Yeah, okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna snake these kind of up. I'm gonna build this one in reverse. So we feed it in once and it just kind of goes bloop, 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 all the way through. Yeah, I like it. That's the plan. We'll have to do some custom work for the aluminum ingots, but that's a small price to pay in my opinion. Not a big deal. Dark right there. Yeah, let me get these in and then we'll figure out the lighting. How many floors of this? Three, I hope. It's not good. What was I thinking? Did I miscount the floors? I can only get 12 in. What are we doing? I didn't make an overclock. Well, on two, why does every animal give you a drop except for beans and doggos? I bet doggo meat would be better than Wagyu steak. Maybe. That sounds like something that'll get me my channel canceled, though. All right. Well, I thought we had solved all these problems, but apparently I was too tired to make rational decisions. Well, here's one thing we can use. All right, now we're up to 14. All right. There's 2. We're not poking out anywhere, right? I don't think so. All right, we have 3 floors of 3. That's 12. Plus the bonus 2 is 14. We're a little bit short. I remember what we were gonna do. I remember. We're gonna build some of these up top to feed this. But that is a logistical pain in the butt because it means that we're building radio control units in 2 different parts of the factory. Tobley Food, that's a very nice looking factory. Thank you. Met RDJ and Fist Bump the King. You met Robert Downey. Is Robert Downey Jr.? Nice picture plus words to remember signs. Maybe. Again, what would be the best way to cook a doggo? You would know, being you build one. Again, I am not going to comment. Hey, Minikid, can you make a doggo meat emoji? That would be hilariously dark. And I think she should. Okay. We've got 14. We're 3 short. There's no way this is gonna fit, right? I don't mind the catwalk, but it's the machine here that's the problem. $32 that way. Holy crap. She fits. If it fits, it ships. Moving that is easy. I'm just gonna cut this off. Barrel nut jelly. All right, have a good night, Minnie. I mean, this is really close to fitting in a third row. Really close. Thavius, raid you with a party of 4. Welcome. Again, we can undo, or we can delete. I mean, this is just fixtures and lights and stuff. We can go all the way to here. We are working on our aluminum factory, trying to get everything to fit. I mean, that's a win, except... Ooh, we can close that. Okay, okay, we get 2 more. It fits. Mostly. Let's make sure that I can do what I said I can do over here. That's easy. Pretty good. If I do say so myself. And I do. It fits, baby. Okay. Yes, connect. Autosave. I think we got it. Rocket fuel coffee. It's true. You've gone from Planet Crafter to Monster Train 2. That's wrong. Goes there. Oh, crap. Gonna have to make a shorty. I am connecting it. It's true. Ready to control unit short bus. Short bus. Make sure that's enough of a short bus. Yeepers, barely makes it. All right. Come on. Nice. That bro Eric just got the game a couple days ago and it's so addicting. Dude, I know. I actually made myself sick when I first got the game. I played it for about 30 hours straight. I slept for about 4 hours and I played it for about another 30. It was a 3-day weekend in 2023 in like January or February, like President's Day weekend or something. I can't remember. Whatever 3-day weekend is in like January. Yeah. I started it like Friday night. I played it all night Friday night. And I went to bed Saturday. Slept for maybe 4-6 hours. Woke up early on Sunday. Played it all day Sunday, all night Sunday night, and then I just like Monday went to bed at like noon the next day, something like that. Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. I just could not scratch the itch fast enough. You know? All right, so this is 6. We already have 2 down there. That's 8. Let's pretend we don't have this one. This one's ugly. I'll get rid of it if I can. So that's 8. Is there any reason that we can't do another 6? I don't think so. That's 6 times 3. That's 18. We need 17. Wait, is that right? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we need 17. So then I'll just I could half underclock the last two on the end. I think that makes sense. All right. Wait. We have 2 extra. Means we actually don't need those 2 extra down there. What we could do okay, we're getting rid of this for sure. This is the initial feed. We actually need the most space here. After that, everything else on the bus line will require much less space. This requires more. We have 2 extra. Let's cut these 2 so we have more space everywhere else. But before we do that, let's lock in these locations for the other floors. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build, we need 17, I'm going to build 20. Then I will delete 2 of them. Dude, bro. And then underclock 2 of them. Get our effective 17. Just like that. Autosave. Make it autosave in the middle of all the shit. Oh, I just want default. Okay. All right, these are our anchor points for all the floors. And we can get rid of these. All right, so now we should be able to do this. You know what kills enjoyment of a game for me? What? Come on, lock. There we go. Most of the time it's content creators, not in this case. Well, so I play a game, a mobile game that is highly controversial, might be a good word for it. Come on, you got to start locking like I tell you to. There's a lot of content creators. I can see where you're coming from with that. There are some content creators for that game that make me want to not play the game. Oh, this is backwards. Really great. Really great. That's really useful. I wouldn't have a problem ignoring it. The problem is I'm an officer in a guild, and these content creators basically lie because it's hyper competitive. When someone gets unnecessarily aggressively competitive. Yeah, so do you mean like you're not talking about like a computer game, Ray? You're talking about like a board game with real life people? We're gonna have to do this a bunch of times. That's a little bit of a mistake on my part. In the blueprint, I wasn't thinking recursively enough. That's okay. This little setup does require some TLC. Make sure that looks okay. When someone tries to rules lore me when I'm in charge of the rules. I'm almost always right when it comes to rules. I bet you are. We were playing Gloomhaven and my fiance decided to be all aggressive and mean about something he didn't need to be. Well, that sounds sad. Where was I? I was up here. Yeah, all right, so This is the 2 we're deleting to create the extra space. Now we have lots of room here to do what needs to be done to feed these correctly. Need liquid up here? We do. We need water up here. We don't. Don't need water anymore. Not after that. Let's turn him. Thank you, Oak Spirit, for the follow on Twitch. Let me up, let me up. Okay, so one, two. I mean, we could probably You misplaced your fork, you were afraid. Let's 50% these. Okay, we're gonna turn these 2 into 1 because we have 18. We have 6 times 3, but we only need 17. So this is now gonna be turned into 40%. 30%. Cutting everything in half. Copy, copy, copy. Paste. Paste, paste. Oh, man. Hello, Surplus Lover. Actually, don't need this either. These are underclocks. Bum, bum, hey. All right. That handles that. The alternate for radio control units really that good? I've had the default one to be better. Well, really that good. There's some assumptions you're making when you say really that good, right? You're making an assumption that there are absolute differences or absolute better recipes. And while I think that's true in a couple cases, right? I think that the alternate recipe for heavy modular frames is on an absolute basis better than the regular one. And there's an argument to be made on the oil, right? The one, what's it called? Guys, I'm blanking. Heavy oil residue, right? And I would also say the diluted, the diluted fuel, the two versions of diluted fuel, right? But most of the case, all right, that's maybe 5. The vast majority of the case of Satisfactory on alternate recipes, it comes down to preference, and it comes down to the useful materials. I chose this one because I was making a giant rubber factory. Okay, let's look at the two. Let's look at the two options. Okay. Here, yes, it's 4 items. This is 3 items, but look how many more I would have to make. This only makes 2.5 per minute. I would have to build way more machines. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to pack. Look at the problem that I have. Can you imagine if I'd used this? How many radio control units am I making? 76.5. I need 17 manufacturers worth. Imagine if instead of a recipe that gives me 4.5, right? 4.5 times 17, 76.5, divide by 2.5. I'd have to build 30 of them. Basically double. I'd have to literally double the amount of manufacturers. Why? To save an input? I'm making a shit ton of extra rubber in the rocket fuel factory. And I knew I was going to do that too. Every alternate recipe where I could use rubber, I did so in these 4 factories because I knew I would have a ton of extra rubber available over my rocket fuel factory, right? And so that made it easy, right? And it's way easier to make circuit boards than it is to make computers. It's one less step. I've already got rubber coming out the ass, which usually, if that happens, go see a doctor. And I only have to make circuit boards, not computers. And I get 4.5 per instead of 2.5 per. Easy. Easy. Right? Because it made my computer factory more simple because I could make a bunch of circuit boards and not computers. Now it's true, I was importing circuit boards anyway. I could have just imported the computers, but it made both factories easier. To me, this was easy. If I'm using it, it must be better. That's not true. That's the point I'm trying to make. Just because I'm using it doesn't mean it's better. Because I'm using it means it's better for me. Okay, and I want to make sure that that's clear because that idea happens all over Satisfactory. All right, and that's something that is different about Satisfactory than many other games, right? A lot of people are used to watching games and they're watching content creators, and there's an assumption, well, okay, if they're doing it, then it must be better. But that's just not the case with this game in particular because there's so many different ways to play the game. In my case, I have a bunch of extra rubber lying around. In your case, you know, that you may not have that, or you may be looking to do something else. So while I do believe there are a handful of absolutely better alternative recipes. I don't think this is one of them. I think this is a case-by-case basis based on your preferences, based on your factory locations, based on how many you're making, based on your availability of local resources, right? All these things have to go into you have to take into account when you're planning, you know, which alternate recipes to use. All right, so don't fall into the trap of thinking, and I'm not picking on any one person, I'm just saying in general, don't fall into the trap of thinking that because a content creator does it and maybe it's better for him, that it's necessarily also better for you. Sloppy Illumina, yeah, I do think Sloppy Illumina is probably deserves to be in that category of definitively better than the alternative. But hey, you know, if you've got a bunch of crystal and or is that the one that deals with the yeah, I think that has the byproduct, or it needs can't even remember. I've only ever not used the Sloppy Illumina once. You have to deal with the damn yeah, silica. It's silica. Yeah, the Sloppy Illumina is, I think, better, right? But hey, you know what? There's probably some edge cases where this one is you know, better if you know, not necessarily better. Yeah, heavy oil residue, thanks. Yeah, you need to wedge in the computers, yeah. All right, Core thought you have to get up early. Good streaming, good night. All right, have a good night. You recommend using the alternate recipe or cooling system? No, and I think I already answered that before you asked it. I recommend using the best alternative recipe for your situation. Seems strange to me. Much of your community uses YouTube, yet the chatting delay makes this suck. Well, you know, gamer programmer, if I could make the delay go away, I would. It's not something I've done on purpose. My current save, I'm using Caterium computers and circuit boards in the location because I have Caterium there, and crystal computers and silicon circuit boards in another where I have quartz. Yeah, I agree. Matt, bro's a satisfactory beast. Sometimes quartz is so scarce. Can be, sure. I have a hangnail. Clipped my nails today and I be distracting. Except for screws. Yeah. Yeah, I replaced all screws for sure. Hey, do you have any drive with your blueprints? Do I have any drive with my blueprints? Any drive? Relots, you'll have to rephrase your question. I'm not sure I understand. First time chat, by the way, thank you. Both are fine in my situation. I don't know which one. I mean, yeah, I don't know all the details of your situation, buddy. So you'll have to probably make that choice on your own. I don't think I can make that choice for you. I can't. I don't have all the info. I think that they are both. I think they can both make sense in depending on your situation. Matt, I thought I was hardcore with my Mindustry. Mindustry was my first game, actually. Matt, have you seen the rest of this? Have you seen outside of this building? Have you only been watching me for the last, like, you know, hour or two and only seen what I'm building in here? I was in federal prison, and the only video game we had on our tab was Mindustry. I had the most epic Mindustry maps. Nice. Well, nice on the second part, not nice on the first part. But you did say the word was, so I guess that's nice that it was in the past. The default one? Sounds good. Remember, I used the default one for an enormous factory. I made a bunch of them in my other save. I'm pretty sure I used the default one. So again, it was a different situation, different, you know, different use. Derek, Hello yourself. All right, let's fix this. Okay. All right, where were we? Relots, now that I'm thinking about it, are you asking if I have like a stored drive with my blueprints on it that you can access? I'm trying to figure out the context to your question. If anybody would like to know, yes, I do have my blueprints available for free for anybody. They're on my Discord. You have to join the Discord, and if you do, you'll find a public blueprints section of the Discord, and then there'll be links to a Google Docs, and you can download my blueprints. Now, I do not have every single blueprint I've ever made in there. If you're looking for something and it's not there, just tag me in Discord and I will drop in whatever you need. I make so many blueprints all the time, and I don't put them all in there unless somebody asks. Okay? By the way, I see some likes coming in. Thank you for the likes. We're up to 120 viewers on YouTube and 23 on Twitch. Okay, what's the next step here? What is the next step? We got that in. We got that in. All right, let's get these in. All right, now we're running the bus the opposite direction. We actually didn't even need to make the short bus because I didn't end up using it. And then up here, this has been moved back one. We have extra. Juggler, if you haven't joined the Discord already, just why? Well, a lot of people just maybe just got here, Juggler. That's satisfying. Blueprints connect to existing stuff automatically. Yes. Yeah, but you do have to plan ahead a little bit. So if you look, basically only belt to belt connects. Belt to merger slash splitter does not. And so what I used to do is, so basically I have to build a little stubby belt on each side. I have to plan ahead, right? See this little stubby right here? He has to be there in order for this one to find that and connect them. Okay. Yeah, well, it's just, I think it has to do with, you know, they can't make everything connect to everything. Otherwise, things would get out of control really fast. So I don't actually mind, you know, two belts need to be, you know, it needs to be belt to belt. I used the default one for my builder to build your radio control units because you didn't want to ship rubber over. Exactly. And a different aluminum scrap recipe because I had no oil there. Yep. But oh yeah, sloppy aluminum all the way. Another alternate which is better is the plutonium fuel rods using pressure conversion cubes and pure aluminum ingots. I definitely use pure aluminum ingots. The only time I would not use pure aluminum ingots is if I wasn't using sloppy alumina, because both of those use silica. But the alternate versions of those two, when you're making aluminum, cuts out the silica. So you wouldn't use one or the other. For those of you that are new, the Discord has lots of information and even more friendly faces that like to help and give advice. Some are bossy about it, but oh well. Yeah, I know, Ray. By the way, if you use the curve function, I'm happy to have it as a feature, but now that we have it, I'm barely using it. I haven't used it yet, but I haven't run a lot of belts yet. To be fair, I have not run a lot of belts yet. That's coming, probably not today. We're kind of prepping the way for the belt work here, but probably tomorrow. And so we'll see if we can find a use for it. bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum. All right, let's keep on keeping on. See how look at this. Right? So imagine if it allowed connections to open mergers and splitters and stuff. It's already super powerful. So I think it allows for more. Uh-oh, we have an issue here. Somebody made a boo-boo. Where is the mistake? These are even. That looks the same as that, or is it? I don't understand. Oh my God, they're overlapping. Okay, now I understand. So easy. Couldn't, like, I knew that there was the space here, but I couldn't find where that extra was hiding. I thought it was on the end. It wasn't. It was in here. Right there. That's all we have to do. All right, we're good. Right, because I wanted to make sure that this wasn't wrong before I deleted it, and I'm glad I did because it was right. It was fine. Bye. All right, see ya, surplus lover. I drive me in some of the Google Drives where you shared your blueprints. Yeah. So like I said, I do. It's on Discord. It's on my Discord, and it's backwards. You can just hit, dude, I don't get why sometimes it doesn't lock. Oh, look at that. There we go. All good now. But yeah, and then like I said, if there's any blueprints that you're looking for that aren't in the drive, just let me know. Happy to update that. Yesterday, I thought and walked through the game for my friend and his comment on how the games had me crying. Why the F do I need to make 10 different things to just make the one thing I want? Well, that is the game mechanic. Oh, look at that. Did you see that? Oh, look at that setup. It works. So yeah, you got to be careful with this connection thing. It may do something that you were not expecting. You're looking for the construction brain blueprint? Well, the closest thing you're going to get to that is Mini Kin. All right, well, we have a problem here, boys. And there we go. The greatest part about this too is that if I had to put all these in by hand, not only would it take time to put them in by hand, but then if I needed to move anything like I just had to, I'd have to delete them all by hand and then put them all by hand again, right? So blueprints don't just save you the first time, they save you any other times that you need to make a movement or you know, fix a mistake. All right, I think we finally have this set of floors figured out. All right, let's go and fix all of our little fixes that need to happen. All right, there are several of them. We basically have to fix this connection and then fix this guy. All right, and if we go through and just knock it out, we should be fine. We'll go out there and delete the little light another time, or all at once, actually, I should say. Not bad. kind of like that better. Yeah, that's pretty good. All right. I was about to joke, can I have Minikin, but it sounds wrong, so I can have your brain. So Minikin is my daughter. Minikin is my daughter. She is very likely literally smarter than I am. But you know, I'm okay with it. I still have more experience than her. It'll be really bad when, you know, in 20 years, when she catches up in experience with me. Then we'll have a problem. For now, I can still kick her ass in anything. That works. She a gamer? She doesn't have a lot of time to game, but I caught her playing Stardew Valley. She plays some Stardew Valley for sure. I would say more than a gamer, I would call her a creative. She likes, she's a writer, working on becoming a writer. All right, fixed. And doesn't need to be fixed. Isn't there 3 floors? Yeah, right here. All right. I don't think she played any Stardew Valley during the school year. She focused on her schoolwork. Honestly, as long as she gets her shit done, I don't care what she does. You know, but when she comes home with that B, that first B, you know, gonna have to start micromanaging a little bit. Right now, I don't give a crap. Keep it that way. You don't want me to micromanage your life? Manage it yourself. Got time for that. She needs to manage her own crap, you know what I mean? Manage her own time. Don't make me get involved, you ain't gonna like it. But it's summertime, and so she busted out the Stardew Valley. Is that 20 years? Yeah, no, you're probably right. Friendly reminder, construction, stretch, and hydrate. Okay, good enough. All right, done. Ah! No! Alright, I'm gonna do everything else. And then I'm gonna do this really complicated lower level one. One's already done. All right, okay, Sooner, have a good one. Curve belts are nicer for connecting miners up or anywhere you're not doing a structured bus like a quick and dirty bus in the hinterlands. Right, yeah, and I will need to be doing some of that for sure. Is this normal Satisfactory? I just started. No. Thank you for asking, though. You're already smart enough. You're already smarter than most by asking if this is normal Satisfactory. No, it is not. You know, enjoy, you know, watching it, but no. It's not normal, and I apologize for I apologize to anybody who may have thought it was. It's definitely not normal. It's not my favorite solution for this. Kind of actually crappy solution. What did I do down here? Didn't fix that one. What did I do down here? Basically the same thing. Thank God, I was starting to stress. Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. Can we do the 45-degree thing again, maybe? Yeah, we can. I like that solution, honestly. Wonder if this is gonna be very Z-fighty, but it should look good. You guys think this is bad? Yeah, this looks really good, except for all the insane Z-fighting. It'll help if I change all the colors. That didn't really help that much. Very schizophrenic. It's okay though, we'll leave it alone. Basically what happened was, guys, I designed a blueprint and it's too big to fit in my factory. And so I'm having to kind of make alterations on the fly. And this is what we get. Is it still a holiday over there? School just started on my side. Juggler, where do you live? I mean, still a holiday. It's June 25th. Everybody got out of school like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Can you use the barrier trip for Z fighting on the catwalks? Maybe I could. I don't know if I feel like doing that though, but that is pretty horrific, isn't it? You guys want to try? I could try. We got to do it on the... Dang it. What do we do it up here? I guess any barrier would work, wouldn't it? All right, that's as little as I could make that go up. That's way better. Sure. That worked. That worked beautifully. You might make the argument that it would look better if I dropped it underneath it. But absolutely, I think that works. There's still this, right? That's way better. I mean, that's substantially better. The only problem is I lose a little bit of the railing on the inside, but if I really cared about that, I suppose I could do this. That looks kind of janky though. Yeah, I mean, definitely. I would make the argument in retrospect, maybe drop it underneath it. All right, so let's talk about this Guardian Hero. I need a little break anyway. There's a question on, is what I'm doing normal in Satisfactory? And the answer is no, but also yes. It is normal and Satisfactory to do what is of interest to you. Now, I have a lot of experience in the game, and so just building a factory that completes the objectives is boring. I'm adding challenge. As Ray said, he chooses to play it in a way that's slowly driving himself insane. Very true. When you build a factory, do you have to build a floor like this? No, you do not. I am, partially because I am a content creator and I want to build cool looking stuff that makes people want to watch me. All right, obviously. Part of it is because I want to do it. Okay, this is what I want to do. This is how I would play the game if nobody was watching me. But it does motivate me that I do have people watching me. Both of those things are true, right? So, you know, really, first time playthrough, you're not going to have the brain power for this because you just don't know enough about the game in order to be able to do this. And that's okay. This is only one building. We were in this building here, but I have many buildings in my city. Many different factories. All right, so somebody that's new, Guardian Hero or whatever, just build your factories. Build your orange toaster box looking factories. Put a roof on it, put a wall on it, play around with some of the, some of the aesthetics to your heart desires. But honestly, Don't worry about it. Do what looks and feels good to you. This is the good shit right here. This is what I love. But yeah, I don't exactly. I have the mod that controls the sky that I just used, that you just saw. I also have a mod that gives me more inventory space. Those are the only two mods. It looks awesome, and yeah, most of my machines are in a box, and they lead to an ugly storage system. That's how all of our shit looked. That's how my shit looked. I've gone and showed you some of my earlier saves and what they look like. And they will look like yours. Okay? They're ugly because you're figuring out the game, right? Our brains can only hold so much in them at once. And so it takes a while for us to learn, you know, put away parts of what we're doing into the back of our brains so that we can think about other things while we work. Fluff Tapes rated you with a party of 49 viewers. You were playing Satisfactory. Subathon, first Satisfactory playthrough. Well, looks like it's time for a tour, huh? It looks like, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a tour. We have a fresh raid. We also were talking about the playthrough as a whole. Welcome, everybody. What a meme. Like, what an emoji I see there. What is that little guy doing? He looks constipated. This is my Satisfactory playthrough. Okay, before anybody asks, I have roughly 2,500 hours in the game total. This playthrough has about 750. I have not finished phase 4 yet. KG, wow, your world is much nicer than Fluff's. If it's his first time playthrough, I wouldn't doubt it. We were actually just talking about that because I had somebody over in YouTube asking if this is what Satisfactory is supposed to look like because it was stressing them out. The fact is, yes and no, right? Your first playthrough, Satisfactory is not going to look like this. But in subsequent playthroughs, if you put enough time in, and if you're as OCD and as anal as I am, maybe you can make something that looks probably better than this. I've been getting your YouTube shorts, seeing some little bits of this. It's insane. Well, I'm glad you've been getting the shorts. The shorts really been working out for my channel. My daughter has been making those for me, by the way. All right, you guys want to do a quick run through? Let's do a quick run, shall we? My favorite way of touring this is via Explorer. Let's see if we get run over. Ooh. I wanted to put some gas in, sir. I was not expecting this color scheme, but we're gonna roll with it. All right, now can we? Yes. This is genuinely mental. I could never. I was just pointing fun at Fluff, but dang, this world is actually insane. I didn't know you could do all of this. Yeah, well, it's been fun. It's been fun. So let's go over this. I am up above the Red Forest. Okay, I train up all of my raw resources into what I'm building out as my cyberpunk city. I mean, look at that. Oh, there's some shit poking out on my building there. You see that? That's actually currently what I was working on when you guys raided. So we'll fix that soon. But in our building here, our city, by the way, we have Fixmas over there. I am kind of redoing all of my factories, right? So this city can live on its own. All of my, now I built a bunch of starter factories at the beginning of my playthrough to help supply all this. This is not creative mode, anything like that. This is actually in-game. No, this is the game, right? And so I have to have power, I have to have materials for all of this construction. So after the starter factories, we started building out the city here. So this pink building right here, which is up there on the left of the screen, kind of hard to see while I'm driving actually, that is the shard from London, right? So I'm trying to, in many of these cases, build buildings that exist in real life. Okay, and so the pink one is our basics factory. It makes things like wire, reinforced iron plates, concrete, cable, shit like that, okay? And it is shaped like the shard. Here, let's pop out here. The shard. So if you're from the UK, you should know exactly what this building's from. All right, so that's the basics factory. The next factory on the list is actually the one behind me, this twirling, spinning one. That is a factory from Bahrain, I think is how, a factory. That's a building from Bahrain, is I think how you say that. And it's called the United Tower, and we are using it for the steel and heavy modular frames. Oh no! I wasn't watching where I was driving. And then actually right here is our my synthwave cyberpunk gas station. I've named it the Nostromo fueling station. And so any trucks, oh man, I've really created I've created a problem. I've created a traffic jam. So all of these buildings communicate with each other. They send items back and forth with each other. All of these buildings have been planned together, and they, for instance, the starter factory here, it sends a shit ton of wire over to the steel factory over there, and so any trucks that go back and forth, they need fuel, so I made a gas station. All they do is they stop up there and get fuel. This factory over here is the computer crystal oscillator factory. This is the John Hancock building in Chicago. And then the one that we're currently working on is the aluminum factory. It makes more than just aluminum. It makes radio control units. It makes fused modular frames. It makes turbo motors. Anything that has aluminum in the production line gets made here. And that's the one we're currently working on. The only other one that I really want to show you guys before, oh, by the way, that's Nakatomi Plaza. Die Hard is a Christmas movie. That is a replica of Nakatomi Plaza. I tried to get Hans up here, but he fell off. So this factory right here is the rocket fuel factory. It provides all the power and all the rubber and the plastic and we're entering the rocket line. We have an underground tunnel here, and each of these little cubby holes, there's a truck station. So trucks enter and exit these little stations here, and enter and exit our little tunnel. And this tunnel goes all the way through underneath this factory. And a lot of these aren't in yet, but they will be. This is temporary, by the way. This is one of the things that needs to be fixed. I'll get it fixed as soon as we finish the aluminum factory. There's a reason why these two belts are here, but they're gonna be replaced soon. But yeah, that is the rocket line. And again, this is that temporary thing. We'll replace him when the time comes. And then, so that's only half the city. The other half of the city, I hope to start actually as soon as the aluminum factory is done in a week or two. And that is going to be the Phase 4 space elevator parts. And all of Phase 5 is going to be over here on the northern side of the city. So there's our roads kind of end, right? It's lots of unfinished stuff over here, but that's the plan. And then I don't know if I mentioned the big cylindrical building behind me. Let me go over the overpass here and take a better look at it. This big cylindrical building, that's central storage, and there's other things that happen in there, but central storage is essentially what it is. So there you go. That is kind of the... Oh, we have one more thing to show you guys. Honestly, I actually buried the lead here. There is a very, very cool thing that I sometimes forget to show on tours. The city here isn't the only thing I've built. I built a raw resource hub in the Dune Desert. Gore, this is so nuts. I think I read your thing, but yeah. Sometimes I look at it and I go, wow, this is pretty nuts. What's the point of pressure conversion cubes? I'm not sure. What's the point of any of this? The point of pressure conversion cubes, are they to build the next thing? All right, guys, so again, I have a cyberpunk city theme, and I needed a very large building out in the Dune Desert to house my raw resource hub for my trains. How much time have I spent in this one world? I've spent 750 hours, about. We probably have another 200 to go. Speaking of which, bro's over here building skyscrapers and I can't get water flow. Hey, I can't get water flow sometimes too. That is not just a you problem. So here is the, actually it looks a little bit better if we go a little darker. Let's go nice and dark. This is the raw resource train hub. I have built the Tyrell Corporation pyramids from Blade Runner. Well, not pyramids, I only built one. This took me about 100 hours, a little under 100 hours. I messed up my flight path a little bit. Those are all signs. I used a lot of blueprints to make all four sides the same, but also not the same. I changed up the lighting. This is a building that actually has a function. It is not here just for looks, but it's mostly here for looks. Let's not get it twisted. But no, it is actually doing something. I'm shipping in all of my raw resources I need for the city. I'm shipping them in here, reshuffling them, putting them on trains, and so that I can send to the city the exact train that I need. That way there's less shuffling and sorting and shit like that has to happen in the city. I do it all out here. Saved me a lot of space in the city, right? When a train arrives, it's got exactly what it needs. Could I have done it without this? I mean, sure. But I felt like this was an interesting solution. I did come across this once. I had no idea it was you who made it. Yeah, my YouTube shorts are definitely being seen far and wide on YouTube right now, which is good. It was probably Guardian Heroes, probably the one where I went through this, I went through this right here, but I had forgotten to reload my fuel, and I got shot across the map and I ran out of fuel. Yeah, that was me. That short went viral for me. I have like almost 2 million views on it, which is pretty sick. Yeah, that's the first short of yours I saw. Yeah, everybody saw that one first. That was before I had my camera up, by the way. So basically, these are all the train stations that get sent to the city. This is a logistics floor where the shuffling happens. And then, where's the hole? Here it is. This is the area where the trains bring the materials in. So I pre-built a lot of all the top floor to make sure it would all fit, but I think I have plenty of space down here, so I've only really been building what I need to build down here. We're definitely going to need to bring in some more trains. I mean, let's be fair. There's way more space here than I need because of the shape of the pyramid. It's broader at the base. I mean, that is what it is. So it's fine. But we'll work around, you know, we do have a loss of some of this space, right, because of that. But honestly, we have so much room here. I'm not really concerned. I was doing some temporary construction here. What was I making? Oh, I was low on industrial beams, so I was making some bonus ones. So it's just like a little place for me to, you know, there's a lot of raw resources coming in here, so it's easy for me to like slough them off, build something if I'm running low on the construction side of things, and you know, move on. So there you go. That's all the pieces of the tour. I do have a bunch of starter factory stuff. Some of it's kind of cool. I don't mind the power plant on the Gold Coast. That's not bad. The rest of it's meh. Put it in a jacuzzi. Sounds good. Ever worried about the entity limit? No, because I already have built into I ran into the object limit in my prior save, in my update 8 save, and I typed in 2 lines into the engine config, and that problem went away forever, and I never had to think about it again. Now, did it slow down my save? Probably. Right, I'm more worried about the fact that the objects that I'm building slows down my save over time than I am worried about the fact that there's a hard limit, because that hard limit can be changed, and I've changed it. In fact, I've already put that limit extender into this engine file on this playthrough, so I won't even know when I hit the object limit. It's so crazy that you only did this in 750 hours. Well, let's see. Maybe I'm lying. Maybe I'm a liar. I actually did it in 745. Oh, ha. Yeah, that's where I launched. As you can see, if you remember that short, there was far fewer buildings here. All right, I think we're gonna get back to work. So we did a little tour. We got to get back inside this factory. So the mistake I've made here is that I will barely fit the factory in here. There's barely enough room. Let's get rid of these lights since we're out here. I am having to cram things in. I'm having to cut corners, quite literally, off of my blueprints in order to get all this shit to fit. And it's really the downside of building my towers first. I set it to daytime while I'm inside this building because I don't have my ceiling lights in. That is something that we're working on. I'm basically setting my floors right now, making sure I've already made sure essentially that everything fits, but I'm kind of making sure like I'm placing it more exact. Last playthrough, I just kind of generally made sure it fit. Now I'm placing the blueprints permanently. Fluff Tapes, thank you for the tour, man. Genuinely incredible. Off to bed for me. Yeah, definitely. And I appreciate the raid. Let me give you a shout out, man. I appreciate it. And I will let me give you, can I follow you from this page as well? I can. I'll look for you when I go to raid. I always raid as well, and I appreciate the raid, and hopefully one day I can return the favor. Tapes. Oh, I gotta do shout out. Hold on. There we go. But yeah, I appreciate it, man. All right, let's get back inside. We've got work to do. All right. So we've already done one of these fixes, not that one. Let me sit up here. We've done this fix. And I think we're gonna do this again. And let's get our light back on. I gotta get out of tour mode and get back into build mode here. Yeah, see, it's not great. It's not my favorite. But you know, as a fix, I don't think it's too bad. You know, it would be better if, you know, if it was better. But I do like my catwalks, even if they are catwalks to nowhere. You know what might be a better fix for this, honestly? All right, I've changed my mind. We're not doing this because I don't like it. You don't like something, delete it. Do we have room? Not quite. Just make this connect out here. We're gonna need this room though. I'm a little bit loath to lock this in, although we can lock it in out here. I think it'll be fine. Come on, Zoot. You're doing me dirty. All right, now how do I link this in to here? Why don't we leave it? Why don't we just leave it like this? And then once I figure out what I'm doing with the belts, I don't want to spend a bunch of time and make something that looks really nice when I'm just going to have to delete it anyway. Sorry. When I'm just going to have to delete it anyway because we have belting to do. So we're just going to do that. We're going to do that. We're going to call this good. All right. So delete. Then you guys all get deleted. I put the model railing here. All right, and then like I said, when we come back through to do finishing touches, we'll know a lot more about what kind of space we have. That way we don't waste our time doing something that we're just gonna throw away later. All right, all I want to do is make sure that I finish the rest of these little fixes. Yes, this is the top floor of this blueprint. Yeah, that's cooling systems. So we'll worry about those after we finish the rest of this. Oh yeah, you too, huh? Yikes, bro. How bad is this? Bad enough that needs fixing. It's so close to fitting. That's the thing that like irritates the crap out of me. All right, what if this one, we play a little game? No, it creates a problem really no matter what we do. I walk ramp half as tall as the stairs. Yeah, over in that other area for sure. That other side, I think we could maybe do that. Or do you mean here? We could do it here. I think we still have a corner issue. Does this solve anything? Doesn't really, does it? Do something like this. Means we clip into this thing. See, it's like damned if I do, damned if I don't. This is another one of those. Again, I've put myself into this position. All right, let's do the same solution. Let's just cut it off. Unless, is this too much of a low bridge? Yep. Nope. We're gonna just chop this. A little bit of Winchester House. We'll do something. We'll do something fun. Something like this. But again, I don't know what it's going to be yet, so we'll just chop this. We'll build this for now. I mean, shit, we could make this go onto the ground if we wanted to. I threw it on the ground. We cooling systems. All right, that's cooling systems. Let's go down. Yep, same problem. We're not gonna futz around with it. We're just gonna build the end of the guy there, and we're gonna go. Okay, and then we have one more floor. Actually, we don't even have this other floor because we didn't need that line. Come on, let me through. I thought I was missing one. We just need to turn this like this. Are there ladders? Yeah, there's ladders. I was actually considering a ladder. But again, I just want to make something that isn't super distracting, and I will finalize the actual look of it once I know where all of the belts are gonna go, because I don't want to tie my hands later with belts. All right, so okay, these fit. Let's go over this again. Let's just do let's triple check our count. So if we look at our plan, we're building these 17 manufacturers. All right, and we need 17 blueprints. All right, each blueprint feeds the manufacturer the items that it needs. And so let's go ahead and let's drop down and let's count. Now the first one is actually here. Now this looks like 2, but it's not, because I've cut these in half. All right, so this is actually 1. Looks like 2, but it's 1. And now we have 4. 1 plus 4 is 5. This is 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5 plus 6 is 11. And we have 6 more. 6 plus 11 is 17. That is our number. Sorry, meant for where the stairs were crossing over the middle walkway. Yeah. I thought that's probably what you meant, Dylan. And when that time comes to build that, I will consider using that. And yeah, like I said, ladders to change elevation, perhaps. Eye in the sky, welcome. Welcome to the party. Okay, so these 3 floors, these are set. So let's get the lights in. And let's run the power. Speaking of running power, I actually think I forgot to run the power down here. We have to go backwards. Yeah, we have to run power down to these. This one has power, perfect. All right. What I was doing is something. like this. Oops. Not have power. Still no power, huh? There we go. And then let's connect these guys. Second, guys. All right. There was 2 cars in my driveway. People yelling like right in front of my house. And I live on like a private road. So the window's open. My room is right above the driveway. But they took off. My car's still here, so I think everything's fine. They probably just went down the private road and got lost. And we're turning around. They're really noisy, though. Everything's set up still. Yeah, I'm unmuted. Camera's back up. All right, we're back. YouTube's trying to get me to insert ads. Not today. Not today, Satan. All right, hold on. Okay. All right, that was distracting. Sorry about that. May have to, I was thinking I was gonna have to go big dog on my yard here. Keep it protected. All right, where were we? All right, power is up and running. Yeah, sorry about that. All right. Let's go down there. Let's clean up anything that needs to be cleaned up. And we will move on to the next floor. Oh, I missed... Oh, I didn't miss anything. I missed these lights. Yeah. Definitely need some lights over here. What about there? No, how about there? And there, is that even? Three? Sure, let's all three. We gotta run power for this bad boy. And then once I get the actual power in on the factory, I can start to get rid of the scaffolding power that I have been running since building this thing. Right. I was pretty sure I buried. That must have been one of the other ones. Well, crap. see. All right, well, what if we just do this? It's not too bad. Then we'll just connect this one to this one. All right, everybody got their power? Yep. All right, easy peasy. All right, next one. Come on, let me in. There we go. Okay, and then what did we do? We did this. Our holes back up. I forgot something. I forgot this guy. There's 6 of these. Everybody good? Yellow, 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 yellow. All right. You guys all still with me? All right, next power. Horsey Mart. Horsey Mart's with me. Twitch hasn't abandoned me. YouTube maybe, but never Twitch, right? Twitch? YouTube thinks that they are the superior community. But, you know, I have my doubts. Bet Gaming, never, always lurking over here. Nice. Just resetting the YouTube chat just in case it was bugged. I don't think it was. All right. Ooh, we have to play some games here with power. Pierre Oliver Sayer, still here. Impressive work, good sir. Thank you. Our power duct has shifted. All right. Now we need power here. Are you on the outside? Nope, you are covered up by the billboard, so you're good. That might be on the outside, though. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right, let's get rid of that. We're gonna have to do a right turn here. Or not a right turn, but just a turn. This is our main power supply. So I think just one more, if we can place it right, we'll do the trick. And I think that's probably here. All right, now we should be back on track. A lot of little cleanup out here. Like this. Better. We'll replace those inside windows. Here, let me do it right now. A lot of people watch while playing the game. Oh, I know for sure. You're having oil fluid problems. I hear you. I've been there. All right, I'm gonna refill the water here. Started using the blank holes to hide vertical belts in pillars. The blank holes. In the conveyor floor holes, is that what you mean? I've done some occasional hiding of vertical lifts in pillars. Damn. But you lost me with blank holes. The conveyor lifts. Got it. Floor holes. All right. Another floor has power. Yeah, we'll put it on the inside one. That'll be much easier to get to. All right. 4 hours. That's okay. We are making great progress. All right, so let's figure out our lighting. Now we've got the power in. It's our last floor with lighting. Let's turn this off so we can see. I feel like we could use a little bit of lighting here. Okay. It has started here. The time goes quickly in this game. Isn't that true? Isn't that truth? All right, what if we do a little something like this? We go intensity 2 on this guy back here. He's got to do all this work by himself. All right, everybody else, where are you guys going? We're definitely going to go down the middle. Then off the back. How's that? I think it's enough light for us to work. Yeah, it looks good. Keep going. All right, let's see if we can copy this. 3 and then 2. And these are off by 1. An offset, which I kind of like. Ooh, this is a different setup. You need to not necessarily copy. We can still see that, can't we? Yes. We go the halvesy route here. Here. Boom, boom. Gonna do the same thing that we did here. And that was going to be a 2. All right, what else? What else? White light, not purple like in the first floor. Yeah, I talked about that earlier. Made the decision that I think the white looks cleaner up here. The purple, the first floor, I think is its own special case. I think we have to do halvesies again here. Ooh, this is a halvesy on a halvesy. Basically, usually I just let the foundations be the guide, but we're a little bit tight. Crap. I don't like that being that way on the edge. So we have to do some more shenanigans. And even still, we don't really have a lot of space. All right, what if I simplify? Kind of lost the plot a little bit here. See. Yeah, I thought I was one off. I usually just try to make sure there's some sort of border here because I think they look kind of gross if there's no border. So, you know, my hands were kind of getting tied. So I'm backed up to the edge once again. Yeah, so basically I just decided to put these in the center. Except that one's not... Missed. Did I hit this one? No, I didn't hit this one either. They are the same though. I guess it's fine. It doesn't really matter. It's just whatever I want it to be. There. Auto save. Right there. I think what I did that. I'll do more lights if I need them later, but this is probably fine. All right. Last floor like this. And now what the hell did I do? Skip one in the floor. Put this guy here. All right. All right. Now for the horror. Actually, once I know what I'm doing, it goes together pretty fast, doesn't it? So I'm paying special attention from now on to the end of the stream, because I've got some tests in on seeing if we can't figure out what the audio bug is. All right, and essentially I want to see if it fails. I'm not resetting my sound to try to avoid it. So we may very well see our dreaded audio bug, but if we do, then I'll know that what I did not work. Basically, my freaking sound starts sounding terrible for you guys. It's super irritating. Do I have a short that's doing well in the middle of the stream? I have a short that just started like doing really well in the exact middle of the stream. Yeah, it like doubled its views. Nice. I'll take it. It went from like, actually it 4x'd its views per hour. It went from like 200 views an hour to like 800 views an hour. Nice. Nice. Maybe that'll continue. Me and Minikin, we're trying to get another short to go viral. First one hit like 1.5 million. Not the first one, but the first viral short hit like 1.5 million. And we've been trying to recreate the circumstances. Ah, how do we look out here? Everybody good? Oh, stop it, you. Probably one here too. Already got rid of them. All right, nice. Looking good. Okay. That is. The radio control unit's done, and they took forever because there was a bunch of extra stuff that I had to kind of do and figure out, but feeling good at this point. We should be ready for belting. Right, the goal is to get everything ready to belt. Okay, get all these little fiddly things done, get the lights in, get the ceiling lights, get the power in, make sure that everything fits. We have a plan for everything. Maybe even build, if I have time tonight, build the machines on the top floor. Now these guys, let's go ahead and do a count. Now how many, I think I know this one, we need 7 of these. No, this is the 16. All right, so 16 blenders. Now, did we overclock or anything like that? We did. So this is the double up. We rebuilt. So this is where all of our power slugs went, our power shards. This was what we had to do to get this to work. We need 16. We need the equivalent of 16 blenders. Unfortunately, we don't have room to build 16 of these blueprints. We only had room to build 8. 4 and 4. Because then we had to build the fused modular frames. So we had to do a double up. Okay, but at least we know that all these fit, and these should be 2 easy floors because they all fit. Nobody is poking out that I can see, so we just have to run the power and put the lights in. We don't have any other funkiness that we have to solve. Come on. I'm hearing things. All right. Well, this is easy. Hello, sir. we go. All 4 yellow lats. Start deleting these things as we see them. These were like, call them scaffolding power lines so that I could fly around and construct. But now that we have final power lines being put in, right, in the actual blueprints, then I don't need these ugly temporary wires. We won't catch them all, but we don't gotta catch them all. This isn't Pokemon. We just have to get the ugly ones. Which is probably another game. Okay. Let's do power for the second floor, and then we'll come down and do lights for both. Oh, I skipped a floor. Okay. It's fine. My bad. Guess we're doing power on this floor. As you can see, these have a very similar structure to the other blueprints that we were making. We're hooking them all up the same way. All right, that was unintended. We did that one. Ah, we skipped this one. This is the one we skipped. Did we? Oh, I just built it to there. Okay, that's the problem. So we just didn't finish it. But we're good now. We just have to connect the other 3 to this first one. I deleted that to make some space. something else. All right, and then I just got to connect that pole to that pole, and we are powered. Nice. Okay, let's figure out. Lighting situation. I like the same thing we've been doing back here. I think this works. It gives us some light behind the elevator. Okay. Well, obviously, we're going to go straight down the middle. Perfect. I think we're probably going to do the same thing we did in the other one. Yes, this all looks strangely familiar. Dang it. Let's try that again. That looks good. Right, let's do this other side. So I have been fasting. Let's see. I ate a big meal on Sunday. Monday, yesterday. I know it's Wednesday for you guys, but it's early Tuesday morning for me. So in my mind, Monday is still yesterday. Wait. Early Wednesday morning. I know it's Wednesday for you guys, but it's early Wednesday morning for me. Basically still Tuesday night. So yesterday is Monday. Yeah, sorry. I had a small meal. I fasted most of the day. I did have a small meal. But today, Tuesday, I managed to fast all day. No dinner and no snacks or anything, which is good. And I was barely hungry all day until about 5 minutes ago. And it's 2 o'clock in the morning, so I will not be eating. We forgot to do the most important part. There we go. But yeah. Weight loss is going well. I always slow down at the weekend because I eat, but that's fine. Ooh, somebody messed up. No. This is a little bit different than the other setup, but I still think it looks good, so we're gonna leave it. Oh no. Know what it is. I forgot to put this in and base everything off of it. It's all kind of messed up because of that. Which means this doesn't go here. Yeah, everything's messed up because I forgot to put that in. Because I was basing all of the calcs off of that. Yeah. You can eat my good sir. Just eliminate carbohydrates from your diet, meat and veggies. I've done that, my man. I've done it all. I've done everything that you can possibly suggest. The thing that works the best for me is fasting. I've done keto. I've done everything but vegan. I will say I've done everything but vegan. I've done carnivore. I've done keto. I've done keto for years. I've done intermittent fasting with keto. And by the way, I already have eliminated the carbs. I eat very, very few carbs when I break my fast. I think actually that one's okay. It's this one that's messed up. No, yeah, I in the sky. I just forgot the, it's all good. I just forgot the one piece. I've done it all. The thing that works best for me is intermittent fasting and multi-day fasting. So, daily cardio. Yeah, I walk. Although my knee was screwed up, so I wasn't walking, but I just got it back under control, so that's gonna start again. And I work out too, although again, I've got to get back to it. Yeah, here we go. This is better. But I've done it all. The longer term fasting up to about 72 hours. I've done a 2-week fast. I've done a 3-week fast actually. No calories for 3 weeks. That was intense. But the 72-hour fasts, like during the week, really work for me. Basically eat like a small meal Wednesday, and then I fast Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then I eat small meal on Friday, and then bigger meals, like regular sized meals, Saturday, Sunday. That's been working really well. And I'm actually really not that hungry after the first day, which is why it works well, you know? And then when I eat, it's usually really high protein, lean protein, basically the most protein I can get per calorie. Yeah. No, the carbs, especially, well, so again, saying carbs, I think I would actually say, not what I wanted. Don't worry about that. We were talking about that earlier. I would actually say, right, not all carbs are bad carbs. But we'll do most of them are bad carbs. It's really like, a Venn diagram's actually not the best way to do this, but basically, just because it's a carb doesn't mean it's terrible. Really, it's the fast carbs, right? The sugar. You know, something like a potato is actually not bad. Sweet potato, regular potato, potatoes and vegetables. There's carbs in carrots. There's carbs in onions. I basically don't worry about those. I'm not gonna have like a bunch of mashed potatoes or something, but a baked potato is I don't think really that big of a deal. I've done the strict 40 carbs, 20 carbs. I've been in ketosis. I've done all that. But to me, not spiking my blood sugar is the important part. And there are carbs that don't spike your blood sugar. So just pulling out all carbs is, I think, a little bit too oversimplistic. That makes sense. Slimy Mikey. Thank you for the bits on Twitch. That reminds me of a joke. Why does Dracula always carry a pencil? Just in case he has to draw blood. But yeah, the fasting gets me into, and especially when I'm walking, the fasting gets me into ketosis really, really fast. But yeah, I actually think the weight loss is a lot about blood sugar management and fixing insulin resistance. And fasting does that better than anything else. Low carb eating does it too, for sure. But the fasting is really good for it. All right, let's do the next one here. Let's put in our pipage. Now, does the top floor have pipes? Do we still need to? Yeah, we do. So we're gonna keep bringing our pipes here. But yeah, I mean, and it's hard though because it's really easy to say certain things. And I do think that keto works. And if it works, and if something works for somebody, absolutely do it, right? Yeah, well, you're type 1 diabetic. Well, then you know. My sister's a type 1. So even before I was really focused on weight loss, managing blood sugar. Yeah. Yeah, my sister's a type 1 diabetic, so. She basically, I mean, she has to have certain, she has to have the complex carbs every day. Sweet potato, regular potato, to manage her, for her to manage. Like I said, I mean, anything is, mostly the pure avoidance stuff. Look, here's the deal. Everybody's at a different place, right? And so, like, you and I might be talking about fine-tuning that last 3 or 4%. That's actually what we're talking about, right? Like a fine-tuning that last bit. But a lot of people, right, you know, if you just want to make some changes that will make things better, you don't have to worry about the last 3 and 4%. If you focus on that, then it seems overwhelming, right? You tell somebody you can't have potatoes or pasta ever. Well, that sucks. No, nobody's going to want to do that. Nobody that is big like me, right, that really wants to lose weight, that's going to be very discouraging. Instead, you say, look, you got to cut out the sugar drinks. You got to cut out the sugar, right? Those carbs, cut those out first, right? Do that for a year, 2 years. I've completely broken the habit. I don't drink any sugar, non-diet soda, like pretty much ever. Maybe if I'm out to eat, maybe. And I actually don't really even do that too much anymore, right? So, and I barely drink any beers anymore. I'll drink some during Oktoberfest, but it's pretty light, right? And so basically I've cut out all drinking of all carbs. That took me about 3 years to get to the point where I didn't feel like I was missing things. You know what I mean? But if you jump right to like, oh, you can't have pasta or potatoes, then that's a lot more difficult. Because I think you can, you have to manage it a little bit, but I think a good baked potato is not going to break a diet. It's not going to be that big of a deal, especially with me doing intermittent fasting a lot. Honestly, I think if you add intermittent fasting to any diet where basically you just restrict your eating window, like whatever it is you're eating, if you just restrict that eating window to 8 hours or 6 hours, or if you want to go crazy 4 or 2 hours, meaning basically you eat 1 meal a day, or you eat 2 meals a day and they're 6 hours apart, and the rest of the 18 hours of your day you're not eating any calories. Just that alone, and that's hard for some people, but it's easy for others. Just that alone is enough to really, really help. So that's what I like about the intermittent fasting. And then once I got used to that, I was like, well, I can do this for longer. And there are some really, really awesome benefits of fasting for 48 and 72 hours. You should look them up. That somebody in MIT. So there's two things. I want to keep them straight. During COVID, somebody from MIT figured out one of them. And then somebody in Japan won a Nobel Prize for the other one. So there's some major cool things that happen when you fast longer than 48 hours. Autophagy is one of them, where basically your cells, your body's like, hey, we're not getting food. We need to get rid of some of these useless cells we've got lying around. And you start, and I'm not making this shit up. You can look this all up. It's all legit. And basically you start cleaning out cells that you don't need anymore. And there is a thought. Ooh, we have a. Ooh, can I put this here? Is it gonna? Ooh, we can. We're good here. That can help, reduce cancer, because those oftentimes those cells that your body are getting rid of is old shit you don't need anymore. Right? It's like spring cleaning. I can't remember the other ones. You start to produce stem cells. Body starts to make stem cells at like 72 hours. That's the other one. I think autophagy is 48. Making new stem cells is 72. Somebody at MIT and somebody in Japan figured those two out. I mean, we're talking in the last 6 years that shit was figured out. So it's pretty cool. And I don't know. To me, the fasting is way easier than anything else I've done, but I do combine it with low carb. Absolutely. Let's see. Very, very true. Sugar is probably the worst thing you put in your body. I have to use it when I'm hypoglycemic because it spikes blood sugar so well. To be clear, not bashing, just interesting talking about stuff. Yeah. Well, and it's not bashing for sure. And the thing is like, I like talking about this, but it is complicated. It's a complicated topic, and people have such a wide variety of, especially on my channel, Okay, it's 2 in the morning. Okay, and this game that I play is loved by Europeans and Australians. You guys have literally different food than us. Okay, and so, you know, somebody in the United States says you can't eat bread. Well, they're talking about the bread that you get here. The usual type of bread that you get here. Now, we can get good bread, but most of us don't. Okay, you guys don't have the shit bread that we have here, and it is what it is. There's nothing I can do about it. I can just not eat it. You know what I mean? And so what I'm saying is oftentimes there's like a communication problem where I'm talking about one thing and somebody else is talking about another thing. That's kind of what makes talking about this even more difficult. Right? Plus, it's a complicated topic. Plus, people have a lot of preconceived, like, you know, personal experiences, you know, and again, I'm not gonna, you know, tell somebody to, you know, you shouldn't do something that, nobody should do something. Ooh, we have less room here. This one's gonna have to be different. All I can tell you is what has worked for me and what I've found to be helpful. And it's actually very much like Satisfactory. There's a lot of different ways to lose weight. There really is. And why I have struggled losing weight over my lifetime is probably very different than how another person has lost weight. In there, why another person has had difficulty losing weight, right? And so again, it's just like Satisfactory. I can't tell you how to play, nor would I ever want to, but I can inspire you, right? That's kind of how I look at it. And everybody's different as well. Also, men and women, totally different. I fasted for 3 weeks. A woman is, as the hormones, everything else, so different. Men can fast for a lot longer than women can. We don't have to worry about the same hormonal changes. Yeah, I moved to Europe 4 years ago. Jaren, exactly. I didn't even see this. Mikey, I'll tell you in a second. I moved to Europe 4 years ago, and the lack of American food there changed my diet entirely. So I'm going to tell you guys right now, and I've told this story before. When I was growing up, when we had extra money, when my dad finished a big job, we celebrated. And you know how we celebrated? We went out to eat. And usually it was fast food. And so baked into my brain was that fast food is celebratory. And it took me a long time to wrap my mind around the fact that, or you didn't do it if you did it when you had money. And so as I graduated college and I started getting a job and I started having all this money, I was like, I can eat whatever I want, right? I had to retrain like my brain to be that the reason that I don't go get McDonald's or I don't go get this other food, and there's better food than McDonald's, right? That's just a easy substitute. The reason that I don't go get this food is not because I don't have the money. It's because it's not good food. It's not something that I want to be eating all the time, right? And I think that speaks to Jaren. You know, American food there changed his diet entirely when he moved to Europe. I think that's true. There is flour that is illegal in Europe that we eat every day. Again, I don't buy that flour. I buy different flour, right? I buy good flour. But the average person who doesn't know, who just buys the cheap stuff, sucks. Everybody's different. 100%. Your wife can swing a kilo in a day. So can I. Let's see. Do you get Slimming World in USA? I don't know, Smee. I haven't heard of that. I don't know if that is a thing. To be clear, not bashing you. Yeah. Just talking about stuff for sure. It got even worse than the U. It gets it even worse than the U.S. It's fully the worst kind of sugar which Europe doesn't allow. High fructose corn syrup. Yeah. By the way, I do actually like pure sugar, like regular sugar, like Coke. I'll have that every once in a while. But yeah, our regular Coke is the high fructose corn syrup. Can you ever truly fully get rid of fat cells in your body? There are arguments about that. I thought they just deflated when you lost the fat, but they're still there indefinitely. Basically, yeah. And that is one of the reasons why once you lose weight, it's so easy to gain it back, because your body has the fat cells just sitting there ready to be refilled, unless you get some kind of surgery. Yeah. Okay, so here's the spreadsheet. Here, I haven't showed the updated spreadsheet. Usually I wait for Mikey to ask. All right, so I am tracking. This is since September. So I've lost a lot of weight in the past. I am confident that I can lose the weight again. My real struggle is after I lose it. Respectfully, yeah, but Fleming, whatever. Like, there's nothing I can do about that. And I don't think that that's all the way true. Right? There's bad and there's good here. We just have to choose the good. So, I have to eat, right? Everybody has to eat. And by the way, the good food is the food you make yourself. And I can absolutely get European flour, 100%. Like, I can't get specialty weird stuff, but I can absolutely get European flour. We get it all the time. My daughter makes our bread, right? You have to make the food yourself. And food that comes out of my house, I guarantee you is good food. Why? Because I make it. The good is just unaffordable? That's not true. Well, it's unaffordable for it is more expensive. It is more expensive. But I think that, yeah, everything exists here that exists in Europe. It's just not the cheap stuff, right? And if you don't know, and if you grew up just having to skate by, and if you grew up, where, $50 is the difference between paying your bills and not paying your bills, guess what? You buy the cheap shit because that's what you had to do, and so, and that's what most of the, and by the way, a poor person in the United States is still more wealthy than most of the rest of the world. So, I mean, but like I said, as soon as you start, figuring this stuff out, you can start cooking for yourself. So, here's my weigh-in today. 364. I started 378 on the 2nd. I have been as heavy as 390. I don't think I've ever hit 400. Luckily, I've never hit 400, but I'm in the heaviest that I've been recently. Last year I lost a lot of weight, and I got a little bit injured, and I got lazy, and honestly, I put too much. I'm not going to blame this channel, but I definitely put more focus on the channel than I did on my health for like 6 months, and I gained a bunch of weight. I didn't even realize how fast I was gaining it. I wasn't even eating out. I wasn't drinking sodas. It doesn't matter. I have to weigh myself. Otherwise, I lose track, Good in Europe can be expensive too. We eat bioorganic here, and we have that here for sure. And a family of 4, we can spend $300 a week on food. Yeah. I don't know exactly what we spend over because honestly, my wife shops, and I have no idea what we spend. But yeah, I'm down to the 364, and I changed it to kilograms for you Europeans here. So. Yeah, like I said, I gain weight. This is a Monday. I gain weight on the weekends because I eat, and then I fast and work my way down. And hopefully, over time, my net calories for the week, I'm sure, are less than my net expenditures for the week, and I'll lose weight. The US also makes it much harder to be active. The cities are designed for cars. Yeah, I mean, we just have a lot more space. I live my house here, I'll do a generalized watch. Let's do distance. I'll do my I don't live in a city, I live in a county, like a non-county area. Distance from by the way, I don't mind you guys knowing my general city, because I actually have published a business address for me. Let's do downtown. I live 17 miles from where I work. I can't really afford much down here, and a lot of places down here I wouldn't want to live. Here, can we see this better? Everything good here? Yeah. So most of the places down here, I mean, I've got a family of 5 kids. The suburbs up here is where I want to live. There is an RT that I used to use when I was going to school, because I went to school downtown. Because I grew up in the suburbs, I want to live in the suburbs. This is where I want to raise my kids. I don't want to live downtown. A lot of these neighborhoods down here, I don't want to live in either, for various reasons. And so this is where I want to live. And so this is how long it takes to get to work. If I could take public transportation to get there. It would take me 3 times longer to get there. I mean, and the United States is huge. Now there are subways like Los Angeles and New York and stuff like that. Those are set up totally different. I live in basically a small city. Downtown Sacramento is tiny, right? It's not like a big city. The vast majority of the population of the United States does not live anywhere near a city. And so huge areas of public transportation or trains, or I mean, and we've talked about that on the channel before. A lot of that just doesn't make the same amount of sense that it does in other parts of the world. Use Brave? I do. Things are so spread out, you can't walk anywhere. Well, correct. We have a lot more space than you guys do. So of course things are more spread out. By the way, you know what really got worse too? I have to try to keep working here. I work from home now. I don't even have to leave my bedroom, guys. All my work can be done literally from where I'm sitting. All of it. This channel, my job, everything. So I have to, if I'm not careful, I will literally not be active at all. Okay, I've got right here, I've got a Fitbit that tells me, you guys want to see how much I walked today? Well, it's already after midnight, but very few steps. I get up and I work. I go downstairs, I eat dinner. Like, this is what happens if I'm not careful and I'm not purposefully going out walking. Right? I have to go, I have to walk, I have to go to the gym. Because I just don't walk. Because I don't even leave the house. You know? So anyway, it's just something that, ooh, let's do the same type of thing that we did before. There we go. It's just something that I got to work on, you know? That's all. We actually build that there. Maybe. I have to actually think about this. But it's all good. It doesn't matter what challenges I have. What matters is it's my responsibility to overcome them. Right? It's nobody's fault that I'm heavy but my own. It's not the food's fault. It's not the city's designed. It's not how the cities are designed. It's not that there's so much fast food. Okay. It isn't that I work from home. It isn't that I can do everything I need to from my bedroom. It's none of that. It's my fault. Right now, I can identify some causes. Right. And I think that's important to identify causes so that you can fix things. But identifying causes turns into very quickly excuses for a situation if you're not careful. So I'm not going to say that I'm heavy because the way my city is designed. I think that's ridiculous. Honestly, I do. I think it's ridiculous. I'm heavy because I eat too much. You know? Now, I need to figure out a good strategy to stop it. Okay, and that means like, okay, yeah, I'm not walking as much as maybe other people are, and so yeah, okay, that's fine. But that's not a responsibility, you know, that doesn't shift responsibility. It just helps me troubleshoot. You know what I mean? But I will say that there are, you know, and if nobody has, I will say that it's good to know those things and talk about those things, because there are a lot of people like in, you know, I mean, it's a total joke. It's a total meme. Like, everybody in America is fat, right? Well, there are reasons that make it more difficult, where some things that you guys may take for granted, we don't have. Okay? Nobody walks. We or bikes. Very few. There are people in the cities that do, but very few people work in the cities, live in the cities, right? So on average, I mean, I can't walk to the store. I live in the suburbs. I cannot walk to the store. I mean, I guess I could walk to the store. It's probably about 2.5 miles away. But I can't. How would I get everything home for my 5 kids? So, you know, I don't know. That doesn't excuse me, or that's not a reason why it's not my responsibility to get myself fixed. Right? Fix this problem. So, anyway, we're kind of splitting hairs here, but I just find it interesting. Okay, I have 2 mods, guys. I have one that controls the sun, mostly for thumbnails, but also to make things clear for you guys as I'm streaming. And the other mod I have gives me extra inventory space, so that I don't have to spend a bunch of time refilling my inventory space, again, mostly for streaming. And I build giant ass factories, and it's just a little easier for me. I lost weight in the last 5 months to 100 pounds. I still need to cut out how much I eat daily. Work for me? Yeah. No, for sure. And I do have specific reasons that I have fought with my weight most of my life. And by the way, you cut out how much you eat daily. Work for me. Right. For me, it works better if I just don't eat that day, or if I eat 1 meal a day. That works really well. Because when I start eating, it's harder for me to stop than it is for me to just not start in the first place. You know, and I can do it. I can exercise discipline, and I can have success doing that for a while. But forever, it's easier for me to just not eat breakfast. right? It's easier for me to not eat lunch. And so the intermittent fasting works for me. Let's see. I have the same lifestyle. It's all about management. Gym is overrated for now. I like lifting heavy things. Connor, I'll answer your game-related question in a second. I like going to the gym. It's what I like doing. So obviously I'm going to do the things that I like doing. And then I like going for walks with my wife. I like listening to audiobooks when I walk. It's important to focus on the future, not the past. Sure. Food is always on my mind, not gonna lie. Yeah, it is. I think about food all the time. I think about food after I've eaten. I don't know why. When I drive, when I think, it just happens. I know where every fast food is from here to where I work. And every day I drive by it, right? I drive by it 1,000 times, 2,000 times, 3,000 times. Then I stop that once, right? But actually, I actually haven't eaten fast food in a long time. That I'm doing well with. But you can spend an hour less a day behind Satisfactory and go for a walk. Well, sure. Exactly. That's what I've said I've been doing. Look back 5 months to where I am now. I never thought I could lose 100 pounds. No, 100%. Yeah, I'll be there too. That's why I'm tracking it, and I'm putting it on the stream for everybody to see. I will absolutely get there. Same here. Only eating between 1 and 7. No breakfast. Yeah. So I do usually 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. But I stay up really late. When I'm intermittent fasting, I do a 4-hour window. I only eat between 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. Okay. So Connor, more game related. So are you just trying to fully expand before you reach phase 4? I just got to phase 3 and now I'm trying to tackle aluminum. So I'm doing aluminum. I would say I'm building my end game factories. Yes. Before phase 4. Yeah. This is the last factory, right? So this factory is going to handle, don't need that anymore. Right, fused modular frames, obviously the 2 aluminums, cooling systems, radio control units, turbo motors, heat sinks, supercomputers. Right, so this factory is aluminum. It's my aluminum factory, but all of these items use aluminum in their production. So I'm making the aluminum in this factory, and then I'm using it to make these items. And by the way, when I intermittent fast or when I do a full fast, I get hungry for about 30 minutes twice a day. I get hungry at 11:30 and I get hungry at about 4 o'clock. And that's usually when I eat my first snack at 4:30. And then I usually eat dinner at 7. And that's my 4 hours. Honestly, I do really well if I don't eat breakfast and lunch. I keep the weight off for a long time. Speaking about being spread out and the U.S. having so much space. Ironic, conquered so much land from the natives and not even using most of it. Not yet. Could let them keep it instead of wiping some tribes out. Well, you know what? If I ever had the chance, eye in the sky, to go back and tell those people, which, by the way, you're looking at somebody who's mostly Native American. So I was on the other side of that, and it is what it is. My great-grandmother was born in an Oklahoma reservation, born in a teepee. So, but my mom was Irish, so I don't know. My dad's ancestors and my mom's ancestors were probably fighting each other on the plains. Honestly, I know you're joking and it's funny, but there's really it doesn't really matter what happened 300 years ago. We're figuring it out today, And by the way, there is, that conversation, that's a 3-hour conversation about the Native Americans, and all the things that go into that. I didn't personally wipe the tribes out, so there's really nothing that I can say about that. Mate, I'm not gonna lie, but you will hit a few roadblocks like I have. The hardest thing is just no matter how hungry you get, you never give in no matter what. Yeah, well, like I said, last year I lost 91 pounds in 4 months. So I've been there, I've done it before, and I'll be able to do it again. But the biggest thing on the roadblocks, by the way, I think we've seen all that. These are my other factories, by the way. All I have left is this one, and then this area is going to be the phase 4, and then that area over there, caddy corner, is going to be phase 5. But the biggest hurdle for me is not going to be losing the weight. I've done it before. I know I can do it again. The biggest hurdle for me is not going to be regaining it, because that's what I haven't conquered yet. No, that's what I don't have any confidence in. You know? So, but we'll we'll figure it out when the time comes. And I'll got you guys to keep an eye on me, right? Connor, so would you recommend bringing those finished products back to your main factory via trains, belts, drones? It just depends on what kind of play style you're going with. Most things, probably drones are not a good idea, but drones are definitely useful depending on the situation. I'm debating whether to shuttle aluminum to the factory or keep aluminum near the miners and shuttle the finished product back instead. Well, think of it this way. Usually, I mean, think of all the... All right, let's look at my factory plan. This one's not a good example. This one's a pretty good example. All right, so let's look at everything that's being exported. All right, let's kind of add this up. Do we have an overview on production? We do. All right, so I mean, I'm using the Caterium wire here, so I'm cheating. This is actually a bad example. I'm actually exporting way more than I'm importing. So this is actually a perfect example. So if you add these up, like let's add this up, right? 1,500 plus another 1,500, that's 3,000. I mean, this is under 4,000 materials right here, right? It's under 4,000 resources, but there's almost 4,000 in wire alone being exported from this factory. Okay, and then you add everything else up and it's like another 1,500. So this is a good example because I'm using Caterium and I'm using the Caterium wire where you get a lot more items out than you put in. This is an example where trucking it or training it beforehand would probably be beneficial, right? Or building it on site. Building it on site, which means trucking the raw, right? Because the on site is probably not exactly where the raw is, but there's definitely examples where it's the other case, right? Especially end game factories takes a shit ton of materials going in and you get very, very, very few parts coming out. Like fused modular frames, like in order to get 1 minute of fused modular frames, it's like, I don't know, like 600 per minute of raw materials going in, right? And so in that case, you probably want to ship the finished product, right? Like my heavy modular frames, I'm making 22 and a half. I mean, look at how little is coming out of this, right? This is under 1,000. I mean, this is under like 500. This is under 500. But look what's going in. 5,000 iron ore, 1,000 copper ore, and 3,500 wire. I mean, there's 4,000 pre-made materials, and there's 6,000 raw materials. And what are we getting out of this? Less than 500 per minute. This is a perfect example. In this case, you probably want to, you can fly this, you can drone. This is nothing per minute. You can absolutely drone this. So this factory I would make on site. I would make where I can get this iron and this copper, and Caterium, because remember, I made this wire with Caterium and limestone. I would probably make this on site, and then I would fly or ship this done, because there's just much less to move. Does that make sense? There's less logistics to worry about. All of this can fit on one 780 belt. You could do a sushi line with this entire factory's output. Okay, in game, it looks like this. This entire factory right here. No, I didn't want that. Right, this entire factory right here. All of it. All of its exports can fit on one 780 belt. Maybe 2 drones. Right, but it's taking in what, 8,000 per minute? Right, so 10 Mark V belts of material go in, 1 Mark V belt of material comes out. It's literally a 10-to-1 ratio. I got 4 modular frames right now per minute. 22 is wild. Well, I'm using 10. Where's my hole? I'm using 10 for fused modular frames. So I'm importing half of them. If we look at the aluminum factory, see my inputs, I'm importing 10 and a half. All right, so that makes this, and I'm making 10 and a half fused modular frames. I probably don't need to make that much. I don't consider these mega factories. I consider these large factories. I'm definitely not doing the bare minimum to beat the game. I'm definitely not doing that. I'm doing more than needed to beat the game, but I do not feel like this qualifies as a mega factory by any sense of the imagination. Fused modular frames, it's seven manufacturers worth, which, by the way, we're about to work on those. But yeah, it really depends on your play style. It depends on, you know, do you want to use trains? Do you want to do sky belts? I think you could go around the world. I think you could make factories on location wherever the materials are, and you could drone your final product back to a central location. And by the way, you don't even need to have a central location now. We have these wonderful, beautiful things called dimensional depots. Who says you even need to drone it? Just throw it in a dimensional depot at your Caterium factory that's in the Dune Desert, and while you're building your, you know, Phase 4 space elevator part factory in the Red Forest, you'll have access to all the items at your Caterium factory in the Dune Desert, and you don't have to build shit. This is all right here. So there's so many ways to solve that problem. It kind of depends on your preference, but I would think about, you know, does your factory shrink the items going in? Like, you know, is it like that steel factory? It's a 10-to-1. It's a lot more troublesome for me to move the raw material than it would be for me to move the finished product. So there you go. All right, where were we? We were talking about all sorts of things. We got distracted. That's okay. We have one more. Oh no, we're on to fused modular frames now. We actually have already hooked up this for power. Let's hook up the next floor for power, and then we'll do the lights. And we're actually very close to being fully ready to do belting. The goal is to get tonight, even though we've been chatting, we've been doing a pretty good job. I really do have to be careful about going too late tonight because I have work in the morning. We've been doing a good job. We're gonna make sure that tomorrow nights we can start belting. And that means a lot of little crappy things that need finishing, we're gonna finish. Like the lighting and the power, but it also means making sure that, you know, some of these cosmetic things are done too. Just trying to prep the way, that's all. Where's my power? Let's do this. Let's do it here. Where are you, sucker? There you are. I like hiding my power lines. Actually, let's do this one. And then we'll go this. And then we can put all this back. And then we just got to connect these together. Ooh. One's already done, and this one. Everybody got power? Yep. All right. The rest of these floors, we're gonna, there's no blueprints for these. We build by hand. So this is the last floor of blueprints. Oop, right here. All right, we'll just run this power here so we know where it is when it comes time to build out this floor. And then we have, ooh, we need to make a transfer here. All right, so I think that concludes our power running that needs to happen. And to be honest with you, I don't know. I mean, I guess, okay. I guess we can. I was thinking maybe we don't put in the lights yet, but I think we do. We just put them in, generally speaking. All right. We have only a handful of lower lights left to put in, and then we are looking very good and ready. It's gonna be tight. All right, let's do the same thing. Can't. I'm not gonna build it. Probably actually not even gonna do that. We're gonna bring it up here. This is the last. Actually, no. We're not gonna do any of this. Gotta do some of it. Gotta do some of it. This is opened up there and there and there. Yes. Okay. Well, the change that I made did not work. We were testing that mic today, and at least I saw Twitch. Thank you, guys. Yeah. Oh, I know how to fix it. I know how to fix it once it happens. What I don't know how to do is keep it from happening. So back to the drawing board, I guess. I'll do some research and see if I can't make some more changes. Super frustrating. I'll work on it tomorrow. But that was the big test for today, to see if my mic would still crash. And it did. All right. Well, I'll try something else tomorrow, and we'll go back to testing. This should, with that reset, it should get me through the rest of the stream. I've got some ideas. Basically, it's all this, right? It's voice meter. Basically, I can increase these buffers some more. There's some other settings I can try too, but I'm doing MME for everything. And it's this one here, out 3, that crashes. This was set to WDM before, but I moved it to MME, and I was hoping it would fix it. There's perhaps some other things that I can do, so I'll do the research. That's still on WDM. I don't think I'm using that. I think I'm using that for Discord, not you guys. Anyway, I don't know. It's irritating. I'll have to figure it out. All right, let's keep going. We're almost done for the night here. Can I do the same thing I was doing? Probably. I was tempted. Not to. But let's keep our theme going here. Oh, we can't. We've lost. He goes there. I bet you this is showing on the outside. Ooh, what is this? Yep, it's showing. Okay. It's disappointing about my microphone. Oh, it's not the microphone, it's the audio setup, you know? Really sucks. I'll figure it out eventually. Right. Yep, he goes here. Or goes here. All right, and then you can't quite fit, remember? So you gotta go bing like that. And so do you. Okay. The lights are up and in, and I think that that is good enough for us to work by. That's also an option. Rid of the fog. We are up in the clouds. Which, once the lights go in, this is actually pretty nice. Let's do my orange. Go. Once the lights go in, this works fine. This is what it looks like when the lights aren't in. We gotta go over the main bus. I think this setup's super simple. I just got to put the short foundations in there. There we go. All right, just something general here, I think. But if we make it easy on ourselves and go like this. That's pretty nice. Very general. That'll let us see the flooring here. And then we won't do anything for up here yet, because I don't exactly know what the roof of this is going to look like. So, all right. Let's do a little cruise around. Oh, by the way, we're also going to basically redo this front here so that we can see out the lift, the elevator. But I don't know if I want to tackle that right now. Let's make sure we haven't built anything outside of the building that we don't want. And then we can also clean up some of this scaffolding hanging around. Now this is looking good. Go ahead and turn the fog back on. Oh, there's a little something. Let's fix that. Oh, I actually don't know if I can get up there now. I got rid of my scaffolding. And I haven't built the power up that ironic. Funny how that works. Did I make power up to this? I did. But I haven't really built it through the factory yet. All right, we'll delete this when the time comes. Now, I don't know what we're gonna do up here. I think our last factory floors stop here. They might go one more floor up. Not much more than that, so we'll have to see. But we'll be figuring that out tomorrow. All right, what is our most impressive looking floor? Probably a 6 of this, right? That's the 4. Should be one of these. What if there's a way to get the belt? These belts are really nice looking. All right, let's see what we can do. We're gonna get as much ambient light in here as we can. Really want to get the belts. I want to get how the whole floor feels. want to get the whole bus. Yeah, that's nice. All right. And then lately, Satisfactory has been doing this. It's been doing me dirty. After the stream gets off, I look and see how they look, and they look like crap. I have to go back in and retake them. How does this look? All right, that looks good. Sometimes they get overly pixelated. That looks good. All right. We've been going for exactly 6 hours, guys. And that is my limit. That was VOD 98, by the way. That is my limit for a night that I have to get up and go to work in the morning. So 6 hour tonight and 6 hour tomorrow night. And then Friday and Saturday night is open season. So if you are watching me on YouTube, I appreciate it. If you could like the live stream as we say goodnight, that'd be amazing. If you're watching the VOD, same thing. Twitch, we always raid. We have 52 viewers right now, which is kind of a lot for me for Twitch because I got raided, and I always try to pay it forward. So let's find somebody. To raid. All right, I think we're gonna hit Spongelet. All right, Spongelet. All right, guys, I really appreciate it. Thanks for the follows. We had some fun conversations today. We are totally prepped out, fixed a lot of little things. We are ready to start connecting belts into our aluminum factory tomorrow night. And so we'll see how far we can get. All right, guys, I appreciate it. And I will see you guys in about 18 hours. All right.